Welcome to the Brattleboro Selectboard meeting of July 23rd. It's a special meeting outside of our regularly scheduled first and third Tuesdays. We began at 5:15 with committee interviews, and then around about 5:35 we went into executive session. Oh, I didn't even ask at the time, but I'll ask now. Hey, John, was this meeting properly warned?
Yes, Daniel, it was.
Very good. The first item on our agenda is to approve the minutes from July 9th, 2024. Take a motion. Richard? I saw a hand. Richard?
I move to approve the minutes.
Okay, Richard's made a motion to approve the minutes of July 9th, 2024. Any discussion? John?
I had a few minor typos
Wow.
from one of the board members, and we'll just make those. They were just for name spellings.
To you. Okay, so minor typos, spelling corrections, emails to the town manager, which we will correct. So Richard's made a motion to approve the minutes, maybe as amended ever so slightly.
As amended.
Yeah, thank you. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that passes 5-0. A couple of seats in the front if you'd like. Going to begin with Chair's remarks, and I wanted to just kind of draw folks' attention to a really nice project that's unfolding in Pliny Park right now. There's a mosaic mural being created by two artists, Mary Lacey and Corinne Yance, I don't know. I chatted with them a few times this week. They're enjoying being in Brattleboro. They're creating something that's interesting, that's visually appealing, that's going to enliven that space. And so I'm really grateful to them for doing that work, and also to Epsilon Spires that was involved in raising funds. And I think over 100 people in this community who contributed financially to it as well as part of a matching grant. So it's a really great thing that's happening downtown, one of many. And I encourage folks to support it. And that is the extent of my remarks this evening, so I'll move it on to manager's comments.
Thank you, Daniel. A few things tonight. There's a state primary election on August 13th at the American Legion from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 32 Linden Street. And early and absentee ballots are now available from the town clerk's office here at 230 Main Street, or online at mvp.vermont.gov to request an absentee ballot. The Rec and Parks Department is hosting free concerts at the Brattleboro Common tonight and next Tuesday night, with shows beginning at 7 p.m. Tonight is the American Legion Band, and next week is Jill and Chris. So go and check that out. The Brattleboro Police Department is also hosting an event at the Brattleboro Common known as National Night Out. There will be lots of activities for kids, a dunk tank, games, an ice cream truck. National Night Out is a nationwide effort to encourage neighborhood camaraderie and promoting police and community partnerships. So if you're interested in getting together with your neighbors and with our police department under very positive circumstances, please join Chief Hardy, Assistant Chief Evans, and their team at the Brattleboro Common on August 6th from 5 to 8 p.m. And finally tonight, I just wanted to give a shout out to Christine Hazard and the staff at Brattleboro Housing Partnerships. I was recently given a tour of their operation and was so impressed with everything they're doing for supportive housing in Brattleboro, from their emphasis on community gatherings and connections to really great preventive maintenance on all their facilities, and even to best practices in managing issues that affect their residents. So impressed and grateful to have such an excellent organization in Brattleboro. And that's all I have tonight.
Great, thanks, John. Select board members with comments and/or committee reports. France?
Thank you, Daniel. I just want to say a thank you to Carol Lalott and Sue Fillion for conducting a really excellent session at Fuller Park, the Estiville Common, in particular with regards to the bandstand there, which is slated for some upgrading and refurbishment. Various proposals came up as to what exactly might be done and were discussed at some length. It was quite a good discussion, and I would encourage people who have concerns about this to go to the Town of Brattleboro webpage. And there is a page on the Fuller Park project under the Recreation and Parks Department, and you can provide feedback there if you have any comments you'd like to make on this subject. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Other members with comments, committee reports? No? Okay, moving on. So next up is public participation. It's good to see so many people in the room. There's a bunch of people on Zoom as well. I want to say about public participation that it's about things that are not on the agenda. I've already heard from a few folks that they want to come and speak sort of broadly about safety. We do have an item about safety on the agenda. And so I'll say this to you. If you want to make a comment about safety right now, keep it brief. We can absorb it. We're not going to respond to it. We'll try and retain it for later on when we have the agenda item. If you can stick around for that agenda item and you want to hear what people have to say, because there are going to be multiple presentations that I think will be helpful for you, please do that. Otherwise, all you need to do is raise your hand. I'm going to ask you your name, where you're from. I'm going to keep you to 3 minutes. And the other thing that you can do at this point is ask for any item on the consent agenda to be pulled for consideration at the end of the meeting. And on the consent agenda tonight, we have a DPW sand and salt shed installation, a transportation center HVAC replacement, some bid awards for Living Memorial Park, public safety consulting contract, a fire bucket truck replacement, a quarterly fire department report, and an Equitable and Inclusive Communities grant program acceptance. So quite a lot. So all that being said, if you would like to comment now, please raise your hand and seek to be recognized. So I'm going to go Greg, Dick, Kate, and then Zoom. So just your name, where you're from.
Greg Lesh, I'm the Executive Director of the Brattleboro Area Chamber. I just wanted to add to Daniel's kind comment about the wall in Plenty Park. The Chamber is very excited about the project, and it is our wall and building that the mural is being placed. We're very excited about it. The Chamber has always supported public art, and it's a sort of a project that I'm really enthusiastic about. So thank you, Daniel, for mentioning that.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Okay. Mr. DeGray?
I'm kind of skirting your rules, Dick DeGray, Brattleboro.
Oh, okay, we'll see.
Well, it's a concern I have with consent agenda.
Okay.
That there are items, I won't talk about them, I'm going to ask you to pull them. And it's because of the amounts of dollars that I think are being spent in consent agenda that the public is unaware of. Even though they've been approved, the public should know what's going on and what we're spending our money on, and no one really knows about this in consent agenda. And this should be something that's aired publicly at the meeting, and you talk about it, or may not talk about it, but at least the public would be aware of it. And there's one other item which has concerned us for the last couple of years, which I didn't think I would see on consent agenda, which is item F, and I will ask you to pull that also, because I thought that would always be a public session discussion.
I'll skirt my own rules and give you a small piece of information, and you can decide whether you still want to pull them. So okay. The quarterly fire department report, yes, had always been a public item. The only reason this one is not on is because we have extremely meaty, discursive items on tonight, and it's the last quarter from before we took over EMS on July 1.
Okay.
And it's extremely routine and non-controversial, and it's in the backup material that's been publicly available since Friday. So have a think about whether you want to pull it.
Okay.
Do you want to name any things that you want to pull here?
Yes, I want to pull C.
Live Memorial Park generational improvements.
It's not that I'm opposed to it. I think it's just too large of a dollar amount.
Understood.
For people.
Understood.
And then one last question for traffic safety. I've been doing a lot of work up on Citizens Bridge.
Okay.
And I know that last year they pulled the stop signs out on Citizens Bridge and put them up at Memorial Park. Mm-hmm. I believe that Parkside going around that corner is a very dangerous situation, extremely dangerous. since I spend hours a day there,
Yep.
seeing cars go around there on two wheels. And I think it's really excessive speed, regardless of which way they're coming,
Yeah.
off Western Ave or
We'll ask
down
traffic
the
safety
street.
to take a look at it.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Dick. I think I had a third person. Kate, yes.
Hello, I'm Kate Traskis from Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. I wanted to say thank you to Daniel Lacroix, who is from Green Mountain Gardening, and also Darren Pachenko from DPW, who have been wonderful partners this year with the Downtown Brattleboro Flower Program. So there's been really great communication and collaboration with all of us, and it's just been exceptional. And also Darren and his team for coming through downtown after a request to do some additional weeding on the sidewalks. And so we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks. On Zoom, we have, I believe, David Lavenbach. We shall see. You are recognized.
Yes.
Thank you. David Lovenbach, District 9. I understand that the fire department report is for the last quarter. I'm having real troubles making sense of the EMS transition cost analysis. The numbers, it may be just the way they're presented, but they just don't make a whole lot of sense.
Are you asking for us to pull it from the consent agenda?
Yeah.
Okay, done.
Thank you.
Welcome. All right. And anyone else in the room that would like to speak during public participation? Hey, Zohar. Okay, seeing none, we will move on to the consent agenda, which has now been amended. We've removed item C, Living Memorial Park.
The board should request that, and you may want to do it after you hear my summary. So.
Yeah, okay. So, John, would you like to summarize the
Sure,
consent
Daniel.
agenda for us?
And as you mentioned, we have a very full and challenging regular business agenda
Yes, we do.
tonight. So a number of items were placed on consent, 7 in total. And while there's extensive information in your backup materials, I'll give you a brief summary of each, including some of the numbers that were requested. So you may want to consider whether that's adequate or not. If you approve this agenda, you'll be authorizing the installation of a sand and salt shed at Public Works, with the building's construction done by low bidder Constructs, Inc. for $106,000, and the remaining $44,000 in that special project budget going to site work, foundation, and landscaping. You'll be authorizing the installation of 3 duct dehumidifiers in the Transportation Center's HVAC system by A.L. Tyler & Sons for $33,350. You'll be awarding contracts for generational improvement projects at Living Memorial Park as recommended by Steve Horton, the town's owner representative, and Carol Lalott, the Rec and Parks director. And these each were the low bids and best values for the town, including an award of contracts in the amounts of $1,495,212 to ARC for an ammonia refrigeration system at the skating rink, $254,554 to ARC for skating rink dehumidification, $102,250 to J. King Electrical for skating rink lighting and fire alarm upgrades, $831,235 to Melanson's for the skating rink roof replacement, $36,000 to Bernie LaRocque & Son for the Kiwanis shelter parking, $660,000 to All Seasons for the park maintenance, building, demo, and construction, and $137,000 to J. King Electrical for electrical upgrades to the park as a whole. I want to commend Mr. Horton and Director Lalott on the excellent procurement work and value engineering they did on these projects, with the majority of it now bid out and, if approved, committed, while leaving approximately 10% of the budget in contingency, which they seek authority to use in up to $30,000 increments if needed for approved change orders. You will also be authorizing a 1-year contract with Public Safety Consulting of New England in the amount of $73,280 for mental health wellness services, You'll be authorizing the replacement purchase of the fire department's bucket truck from Consolidated Utility Equipment Service for $165,589. You'll be accepting the quarterly fire EMS report for last quarter, Q4 of fiscal year 24, and you will be authorizing the acceptance of a $10,000 grant from the Equitable and Inclusive Communities Grant Program of the Vermont Community Foundation for Town Training.
Thanks, John.
You're welcome, Daniel.
Appreciate it. Board, I'm going to just remind us what our rules say. So public participation is on page 4 of our rules of procedure. Members of the public may request during open public comment that a select board member remove an item from the consent agenda to be discussed individually. We heard 2 requests. It is up to this board whether they want to do that. It doesn't need to be a majority of the board. It can be one person on this board who wants to entertain that request. Is there any one person that wants to pull those 2 items? France?
Yeah, I will request removal of those 2 items from the consent agenda as requested by Mr. Levenbach and Mr. DeGray.
Great, thank you. So we've got a consent agenda that just got amended. The 2 items removed were the Live Memorial Park Generational Improvement Project and the quarterly fire department report for FY25 quarter 4. Mr. Town Manager.
Daniel, I would ask that if you do that, if we take up the Living Memorial Park Generational Improvements projects right away.
Yep.
And if you would table the quarterly fire department report for your next meeting, because we don't have people available to speak to that.
Okay. And I believe that the chair, by unanimous consent, can do such a thing. So I'm going to ask for the board to consider that we do exactly what Town Manager Potter just presented. And so we'll take the general improvements right now, and we'll table the report for the next time we have the fire department here to speak to us. Looking for unanimous consent. And it seems like I've got it. Maybe. Okay, all right. Don't leave me hanging. Come on. Okay, fine. All very exciting procedurally. So we've got a consent agenda that just got amended, and we need to take a vote on it. So the motion would be something along the lines of approving the consent agenda as amended. The chair can make motions, and I have done. So all those in favor of approving the consent agenda as amended, please raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Okay, passes 5-0. How exciting. So now the agenda looks different. Let's see. We're going to take up Living Memorial Park Generational Improvement Projects, a bid award. And for those following at home, you can find that on page 12 of your backup material. Parks, Recreation and Parks Director Carol Lalott is walking to the table. She's ready to present to us.
And I believe we also have Steve Horton, the owner's representative, online, available to answer any questions. The basic information is what I presented in describing the consent agenda, but if the board has any questions, further questions, Carol and Steve are available to answer them.
Great, thank you so much. Questions from the board, first of all, about these bids? Do you want to do any more table setting, Carol?
I think John did a great job laying it out,
Steve.
just describing, each of the projects and, how they've all been vetted with Steve Horton and the architectural team. We feel that we're presenting projects here that are in the best interest of the town. And the most exciting thing is well within the budget. And we're going into the project with a 10% contingency for these projects, which is a very comfortable place to be going into a construction project of this size.
Great, thank you. Liz?
Hi, Carol. Thank you for this information. I remember at the time that it was originally passed that the maintenance building was controversial in terms of its cost. But I see that you were able to work with the bid to get it below that threshold amount. But what is new, and I think the public should come to have information so that they can understand, is that the electrical upgrade was a significant factor that wasn't necessarily fully understood at the time of bidding or the time of concept. So could you explain a little bit more about the complexities of the electrical upgrade?
Right. With all due respect, Liz, that was something, the electrical, that I was very, when we first started talking about this project, before it even went before the town meeting reps, that the electrical has always been a very big component and always included in this project. Because that's, as I've called it in the past, the heartbeat that comes into the park. Whether it be for the lower field lights, it also feeds it straight up to goes up to the hill to the Kiwanis shelter. So anything that we would have done in that maintenance building would have had to be addressed right from the onset. But so that the public has an understanding of how that was pulled out, there's $127,000 of improvements, because it's the softball lights, it's the ski hill lights, it's the snowmaking power, it's all the power that feeds up the hill to the Kiwanis shelter, and it was also the power for the maintenance building itself. So it's a very complex piece of the maintenance building.
Thank you, Carol.
Thanks, Carol. I think a point that I would like to make for the public's education is that we allocated $4.4 million for these upgrades. The bids have come in a little over $4 million. There's plenty of room in that budget to accomplish what we're trying to do here. And just to pull back the curtain on our agenda process, we actually debated whether this should be on consent heavily. And one of the considerations when we knew it was potentially going to be on the consent agenda was this cannot be on the consent agenda if it's over budget. And it's not. It's under budget. It's achieving what we set out to achieve. The bond was already approved by town meeting. So we're just trying to get these bids accepted so that the work can get underway. Members of the public with questions. You have a question, France?
I have no questions. I wanted to just emphasize one aspect of the report.
Go right ahead.
It's something that John already said, but was of particular concern to me. The written documentation discusses the accepted amounts as being considered the best value. I just want to let everybody know clearly they were also the low bids. It wasn't that there was some other consideration that meant we did not accept the low bids on all aspects of this project. Every accepted bid is in fact the low bid.
That's great to point that out, and I appreciate that. And I think maybe the tiniest bit of feedback on the memo was like in previous memos that written by the town, it always says we had these X number of bids, they were these prices, and this is the one we chose. This one didn't do that even when there were two bids. And so just more transparency around that would have been better.
Yeah, I can hear you on that.
Okay. Members of the public. Mr. DeGray.
I pretty much see a completion date for several of the projects, but not for the maintenance shelters. Looks like the maintenance...
Could you address your question this way?
Excuse me. The maintenance shelter is scheduled to start construction in September. And what are you looking at a completion date for that?
Carol?
I'd be happy to answer that question, but I think Steve could probably be more spot on than I can be. So I'm going to put Steve on the spot, if I may.
Great. Steve?
Hi, everyone. The completion schedule is 8 months from the start date.
Okay.
8 months.
Good. Any other questions?
I just want to make a comment to what you were talking about. I think even though it's in the documents, not many people read the agenda, and if they do, they certainly probably are not reading the backup documents. They're actually sometimes hard to find, even on our new updated webpage. But I think when you have this amount of money, regardless of where it was approved, it should be a public discussion about. Actually, Liz had a good question about the electrical. That wouldn't have been asked if it was under consent agenda.
Yep.
So.
Appreciate the feedback.
I think you need to take that under consideration when you're doing large ticket items.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. Any further questions on this item? Okay. Who wants to make a motion on this?
I'll make the motion.
All right.
What
Peter.
should the motion say?
Well, the motion should definitely say we're going to accept these bids.
Okay.
And we've got a number of bids to accept, probably.
There's probably something in the beginning.
Yeah. Thanks.
So I will make the motion to accept and the recommended contract awards for the generational improvement and projects at Living Memorial Park per the information provided in the memo. Do I need to go through all this?
Oh, no, just that first.
That,
Yeah.
yeah. Additionally, staff are taking forward to delegate authority to the administration for any change orders on these projects costing up to $30,000 per change order, but not to exceed $414,541 in total.
Thanks. Peter's made that motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay. Seeing none, we have a motion to accept these contract awards for generational improvement projects at Lynn Memorial Park per the information provided in the attached memo from Steve Horton, building consultant and owner representative. Additionally, we're delegating authority to the administration for any change order on these projects costing up to $30,000 per change order and not to exceed $414,541 in total. Board members, all those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Moving on to first item of old business, which is the parking ordinance, a second reading. Carol, thank you so much.
Thank you
Steve,
so much.
appreciate it. Kicking this to Patrick, I'm thinking.
Yep.
Patrick, talk us
sir.
through the second reading of the parking ordinance.
Yes, tonight is the second reading and possible adoption of changes to Brattleboro Code Chapter 16, the parking ordinance, and to Appendix C. So if the board, after some consideration, feels it's ready, there's a motion included in the memo that would be available to you.
Thanks.
The board met and had the first reading 2 weeks ago to the changes to Chapter 16 and Appendix C. And I'd like to point out that there have been no changes in between what was proposed last week and what is being continued to be proposed this week in terms of the ordinances themselves. Chapter 16 is still being adjusted to remove reference to parking meters and to instead discuss metered parking areas. And the changes to Appendix C continue to be changes where areas of town that are somewhat remote with very few numbers of parking meters, such as, for example, the 3 parking meters on Canal Street adjacent to the co-op, where it would not be worthwhile financially to install a new kiosk for those 3 remote spaces. So instead, we're proposing those get transitioned to free parking with a 2-hour limit. There's a number of places in town where that's identified, both on Frost Street, on Walnut Street, and then also up on Park Place. On Park Place, just to reiterate, we felt that there were enough spaces to warrant a parking kiosk. However, with the change in parking regulation to be a 7-day system, we felt that it would be worthwhile to remove any impediments to people being able to access the park and get out and recreate and stretch their legs, etc. So we would be similarly moving forward with a plan to transition those spaces to 2-hour free parking. Also, at the presentation 2 weeks ago, we rolled out the plan for a parking fine and fee schedule that will be posted on the website and available in the town manager's office. This was following work that the board did through multiple meetings in June to develop a new fiscal 25 parking budget. At the time that we made the presentation last week, one of the board members asked, hey, can you show me what the current rates for parking fines and fees are? And so in your backup, there is a table that's called Fiscal 24. It's not actually been board approved, but it's been what's in the ordinance up until now. For Fiscal 25, there is the parking fine and fee schedule that was submitted to you 2 weeks ago. But one of the things that we heard at that last meeting was a fair bit of concern about the steep rise in the increase of long-term parking permits. And staff felt that that was a legitimate concern, so we took a look at what would be the possibility of phasing that increase in over 2, 3, and 5 years. We started with the 5-year, and while there still was a positive cash balance in the fund, the trajectory was poor. We were losing money and hemorrhaging it quickly. And if we were to adopt that plan, we would need to have an additional set of steep increases 5 years out, which is something we'd like to try and avoid. Get us on a plan to sort of make these slow and steady increases over time so that these increases aren't as steep and abrasive to the parking public. We took a look at the 3-year plan and recognized that while there's a little bit of a drop in available cash on hand, it was relatively steady. So we didn't bother even looking at the 2-year because of the 3-year. We felt there was a responsible decision the board could make. And so what's before you tonight is a parking fine and fee schedule that has long-term permits at an adjusted rate for fiscal 25. And there's a table in the chart that shows how the different types of long-term parking permits would reach their destination over a 3-year period. So for example, the Highgrove Harris Spring Street lot, which is currently at $400, would go to $511, it would go to $623, and it would land at $735 in fiscal year 27, rather than taking that leap all at once. I'll stop there and see if the board has any questions.
Okay. Thanks, Patrick. Appreciate it. The Elm Street lot, is there any change there? I thought I
Yep. So the Elm Street lot, which is currently at 220, would rise to 255. In 26, it would be at 290, and then by fiscal 27, it would be at 3.25.
Okay, thank you. So for folks following along at home or in the room, we're looking at pages 57, 58, and 59 of the backup material. I'm seeing some people wondering if they've got those.
It's also summarized on page 28.
Also summarized on page 28, for those who don't want to flip 30 more pages. Senator? So, questions from the board about Mr. Mullen's proposal? Phased-in approach. Liz?
I don't have a question. I have appreciation for Patrick presenting this to us in a phased manner, which is a kinder, gentler version of the permit increases.
Okay, thank you. Other board members?
And I just want to add, and for doing the work that enabled you to do that. I mean, obviously you'd already spent a lot of time on this, and this new wrinkle, I agree with Liz, it's really good.
Great. Other board members? Okay, let's have a motion, actually, as soon as we're still with the board.
I could make such a
Okay,
motion.
Franz?
So I move that the board adopt the parking fine and fee schedule using the phased-in approach and adopt the changes to the Brattleboro Code of Ordinance, Chapter 16, and Appendix C as presented.
Okay, any further discussion on that motion? Case?
Yeah. So I think at the last meeting, we had a conversation regarding the post office parking.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm becoming such an idiot around my book, but I'm not finding, does that remain in there?
So I haven't spoken to that yet, and thank you for reminding me. So that was a good recommendation. We circled the wagons, got the team together, took a look at that. We think that is a proposal that we should implement. And so in the proposed fine and fee schedule, at the 30-minute parking limit, we're proposing that going to, as you suggested, 15 minutes, no fee.
Thank you. The next thing, and through a conversation that I had earlier today, we understand that the parking rates have to go up. Probably a really good suggestion is, and you can tell me if this new system will enable that or not, and that is introducing like a monthly payment for permits. Is there a way to say, I'm going to buy a year and then we can just automatically pull that out monthly? Is that something that we can set up? Because it was brought to my attention that we can't even buy a parking permit online, right? Is that correct? I thought we could, only because I could get my dog license online. I just naturally assumed I could permit my car as well. So is that something that we can look at as far as help? That will help, I think, mitigate any kind of a parking increase by taking smaller increments out on a monthly basis that just sort of automatically get withdrawn. I think it helps.
I hope we don't get letters from people complaining that Peter equated his dog to a parking space.
I'm sure we won't. Patrick, can you answer the question about monthly payments? And then,
So just to be clear, there's nothing in the actions that the board is taking this evening that either support that or that impact that in any way. What I will say is I think that's a good recommendation. It's something we need to take a look at. It's been explained to me by some others as well. Could we have, ACH transfers? Could we have, I've heard these same suggestions. I think they're worth exploring. I can't give you an exact timetable as to how long it'll take to explore those, but I think they're worth investigating for sure.
great, thank you. And I think it's just really important to point out that what we're trying to do here is adopt this, have the second reading of an ordinance, go ahead and adopt it. It takes some number of weeks for that to then come into effect. And we got this fine and fee schedule that we're going to adopt as well. This sounds like more of a kind of infrastructure kind of thing, which, I know with our new website, it's taken us a while to get into online payments generally. And so this sounds like a good goal. I think it's a great idea. Paying monthly for something like that would be very helpful indeed. And I'm recognizing that people in the public want to speak, and all they've got to do in a few moments is raise their hands, but we're still kicking around up here just now. I just want to draw attention, and maybe I'm being a little silly with my binder. I'll get to you in a second. So on page 59, Patrick, where we're saying this is the phased-in approach, the annual open permit price for the Elm Street lot is listed as $325.
Oh.
On page 28, it's listed as $220. That's why I was confused. So which is it?
So if I developed a bunch of little tables, and I may have gotten one of the boxes labeled incorrectly.
I figured. I just wanted
to
get
the one we're recommending is certainly the phased-in approach. You're right. It does say 3 1/4. I would revise that to follow the table that is included in the memo on page 28, and so we'd have Elm Street in fiscal 25 at 255.
Okay, and I note that all the other figures are accurate, so it's really only the Elm Street one that needs.
Well, I get it mostly right. I appreciate that.
Because if we're going to adopt this fine and fee schedule, we want to be adopting the right numbers.
I would adjust that.
Okay, other board members with comments who have not yet spoken. Richard.
It's kind of a general question, but I'm wondering during the transition period, removing the meters and going to the kiosk system, is there going to be a decrease in revenue? Are we going to have to give free parking for a certain period of time, or how quickly can that transition occur?
That's a great question. And it's that's something we meet on weekly, and we haven't fully resolved just yet, partly because we need to see what the board's action is going to be this evening. And so our plan would be, in sort of a broad brush, to do as much of the transition and sort of, for example, install the new kiosks, but then wrap them up so that they're not tempting to use, right? So that on a particular day, we basically dismantle the old system and pull the wrapping paper off the new system, such that it could happen on a particular cutover day.
That means you got to cut all the meters on the same day?
We would certainly pull all the meter heads on the same day, and Public Works would come along probably at a slightly slower pace and cut the poles.
Yeah. Thanks, Patrick. And, just a reminder, we're talking about the ordinance here and the fine and fee schedule. Okay. Members of the public who wish to be recognized, I think there was one earlier. Kate Traskus. Ms. Traskus.
Dick DeGray.
Thank you. Kate Traskus, downtown Brattleboro. I strongly support the phased approach to parking, and I thank you very much for your consideration on that, specifically for the permitted lots, which I'd like to recognize as commuter and residential lots. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you so much. Other members of the public who wish to comment? Mr. DeGray.
I don't know why I didn't ask this or hear someone talk about it, or maybe you did and I didn't hear it. We have a lot of parking. Maybe Fish is going to bag a couple of meters. What are we going to do in the interim now that we don't have meters to bag for deliveries in the mornings where the meters would get bagged? What's the solution to that problem? Because we certainly have a lot of bagged meters downtown throughout the week, not only on Main Street, but Elliott Street.
Great. Any other questions?
The overnight, extended parking and overnight parking are the same, $15. And what is the fee if we have a snow emergency and we have all vehicles off the street? Does that fall under that paragraph, or is there a higher fine if we want all the cars off the streets?
We'll find out momentarily. Any other questions?
No, but I'd like to see that raise, the overnight parking fee.
Okay.
And if the fee is not higher for the snow emergencies.
Okay, great. So 2 questions. Patrick, first one was about bagging the meters, putting the covers over the meters. I feel like I read something in the ordinance, but I cannot locate it now. Could you help us?
Sure. So without the meters and the meter poles, then it's going to be very difficult to make clear that a certain set of spaces or a loading zone between certain hours. And so the practice as it is utilized today is the police department comes along and bags the meters in the morning, and then parking enforcement comes and takes them off at either 11 or at 2 in the afternoon, depending upon the particular ordinance around that particular loading zone. And so that system has gone on 6 days a week, as far back as anybody can remember. Without the meter poles, that system isn't going to function anymore. So we are contemplating addressing that through signage and painting of the spaces.
Okay. Thank you. And then the second question was about folks who are in violation by parking overnight, particularly in snow removal events.
My understanding is that would be an overnight parking fine.
Okay.
And we are proposing
$15.
Yep.
Okay. Very good. Thank you for answering those questions. Any other members of the public with questions or comments on this parking ordinance and fine and fee schedule? Okay. Hearing none. Board, final comments, questions? Okay. Hearing none. We got a motion on the floor to adopt the parking fine and fee schedule using the phased-in approach that was modified ever so slightly with that Elm Street correction, and to adopt the changes to Brattleboro Code of Ordinances, Chapter 16 and Appendix C as presented. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Very good. That is done. Next item of business, that was 5-0, sorry, for those that weren't watching. Next item of business is new business, and we have our delightful Brattleboro State Legislative Delegation. So we definitely didn't get prepared for you with only 2 chairs. So maybe you can fight it out. We've got Representatives Tolino, Kornheiser, Senators Hashim, and Senator Harrison. Welcome. Thanks for coming. We'll give you a minute to get settled, and then I'll do a little table setting.
senators get the more comfortable chairs.
Oh,
It's
nice.
just the way it
Yeah.
works in the state.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah,
And
yeah.
do
They've
twice
got that
the
nice
work,
fancy
right?
chamber. All right.
That untouched.
And board, members of the public, we are back on schedule. It is 7:06. This item was for 7:05, so we're doing well. But I will say this. We have an ambitious agenda tonight with a lot of things that people want to talk a lot about, okay? And so we have 45 minutes for this update. And what we hope to first hear from is what got accomplished in the last session that relate to our priorities that we discussed last time. And then we're going to spend some time thinking about the next session and talk about some priorities that we have and hear what you guys think about those. So I'm going to try and keep us on track so that we can have these really important discussions later. But this is a really important discussion as well. And I actually think that it's a little interrelated. So with that in mind, I will say that our priorities for the 2024 state legislative session were affordable and middle-income housing, drug addiction treatment, mental health crisis response, and repeat offenders, with a bunch of easier asks that's in scare quotes, because actually a lot of them were not that easy at all. Easier, it's all relative, right? So, wonderful delegation. Perhaps you would like to talk to us about what was accomplished in those areas in the last session.
Okay, it's a big topic. We have many big topics. So I will start, and I'll talk about housing, about what we did on housing, and I'm going to just skim the surface. I sent you today by
Actually,
email.
Senator Harrison, I'm going to stop you because I think it would be helpful for me to give you a time limit. So we're going to give this item 10 minutes.
Sure.
So speed round,
Right.
so that we can spend more time thinking about the future.
Definitely. And a lot of what I'm going to talk about is the future, actually,
Wonderful.
because there were multiple bills related to housing. The one that transformed Act 250 was H687, which is now Act 181. And what that did was it transformed Act 250 from a location-based model, which was formed 50 years ago when towns didn't have much capacity. And the state basically took over land development regulation, and the type of regulation depended on what was being built, the number of units, for example, that were being built, rather than where they were being built. And so what has happened now is we're transitioning to a location-based model so that towns such as Brattleboro, who have very competent staffs and regulations, will be able to take over from Act 250 that development review. The entire process is going to take 3 or 4 years, but in the interim, there are interim exemptions. And so that's what I want to focus on tonight, because these exemptions are available, most of them now. It started in June, some in July. You have a map. I don't know if Patrick is able to put the map on the screen, but the map shows the various types of designations, designated areas in the town of Brattleboro. And based on those designations, there will be different levels of what can be built. In and around the neighborhood development area, which that's the light blue, I can see that from here on your maps. It's a very large
Patrick's going to get it
area.
on the screen in a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's
Really
important.
trying that.
There we go.
It's important for the public to know, so that folks might have
It's on
properties
that
in these
other tab.
areas that they'd like to develop.
Let's just hang on 1 second
Sure.
so we can all know what we're referring to. You got to do something
Well, I can
with
use
that
my time
little-
for something else in the meantime.
We can give Patrick 10
Pause?
seconds,
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
Yeah. So that little dialogue box needs something.
Good.
Definitely, yeah. So I'll focus on the Act 250 as a development, as land development, and then Representative Kornheiser can discuss the tax.
See that box, Patrick?
Taxes that went with it.
Got to do something
there
with
we
it.
go. Those cards out
Okay.
there.
Okay, there we go. Perfect. Yay, thank you.
If you don't mind, let me just bring it into the Zoom meeting. So, oops, I got too many things open here.
Okay.
Forgive me.
So, right now there are 7 designated types not in Brattleboro, but within the state. And those were developed over the years, and the state is going to move those, consolidate them into 2 types, which is good. So we'll have fewer types, so it'll be less complicated. So on this map, the bright blue is an area that is called the Neighborhood Development Area. That turquoisey teal blue, that is the area that is served by wastewater in the town. The orange area is at the village centers, and the red is downtown. And you can only see part of the red because it's overcome by the blue, because I didn't want to give you 7 different maps. But the downtown district, which you'll be familiar with, is the area where most development can occur. And right now, unlimited number of dwellings can be built in the downtown area. And that doesn't mean you don't have other permits, but it means you don't need to go through Act 250, because Act 250 has been a barrier to development. So now, and through January 1 of 2027, unlimited housing units can be built in the downtown. So in the light blue area that I keep talking about, unlimited priority housing, and I won't go into that definition to save us time, but it's basically mixed use, some affordable, some market rate. That is unlimited in and around the designated downtown. And then within the designated or neighborhood developed area, again, light blue, 75 units can be constructed by a single developer or property owner. And what's important about all these interim exemptions is that these units don't count toward units in another area. So if you are a developer, you'll know that you had to have 5 miles distance between 2 developments. That doesn't exist in the interim exemption. So they're very, very generous exemptions. And then the last one I want to mention is around the village areas. And the villages are less regulated areas. And there are villages in almost every one of our towns. And so that's in West Brattleboro. And you can do 50 dwelling units in and around the villages. So that's a quarter mile around the villages. So that's the orange line. So quite a lot of development could happen very quickly in Brattleboro. And I just want to mention that there were interim exemptions in last year's housing bill, and those are responsible for several developments that a couple of them have happened and others are in process.
Wonderful.
Couple of
Thank
other. Oh, is that 10 minutes already?
No, that's the 10 minutes is not just for
Okay.
this item. The 10 minutes is for everyone, and I know that these are like deep, big topics that
and
we
we
need
can
to get
talk
into.
more.
You know,
doesn't need to be
and
the
we're
end
going to
of the
see you guys again.
Yeah. Good.
And I think we'll definitely see you again, Wendy. So
hopefully,
right. So next on our list was drug addiction treatment.
I need to add something because there's a little bit on housing. I promise I'll be quick that we need to add because it's not just zoning reform. I think you all especially know we've been as a town trying to build more housing. Zoning reform makes a difference. Planning reform makes a difference, and without actual financial resources to put towards that, we're not going to be able to get it done. And so we passed a number of laws that sort of all packaged together are going to both lower the cost of the purchase of new homes for the average home purchaser and new properties, as well as funding new housing development at a very significant scale. So really being able to continue being able to continue the investments that we made with federal money, continuing to do that with state level funding so that we can really, over the course of many years, hopefully solve our housing crisis. There's more to do. We know more resources are needed, but a combination of tax credits and new revenue to really put towards building new housing that will very much be directed towards Brattleboro specifically as part of priority areas that were set up. There was also sort of a sub-area that you all were asking for about what to do about blighted properties or unused properties. There's a lot more to do around to give you sort of regulatory power over specific taxes and fines you might want to do. And that's going to take a couple years to fully come to fruition. But in the meantime, if blighted properties are purchased, there is a number of tax exemptions for anyone who wants to develop those blighted or abandoned properties. And so that should make a difference for new development if you want to attract new buyers into Brattleboro to take care of those properties. Of course, we don't have enough time here today. I just want to make sure that anyone who, paying attention, as a legislative delegation, we host monthly coffee hours for people to come and discuss these issues in much greater depth at the library. Most of us send regular newsletters. You can be in touch with any of us in a wild number of ways, and there's a lot of opportunities to dive into any of these issues deeper with us at any time other than right here, right now.
Great, thank you so much. So the next item on our list was drug addiction treatment. Who would like to speak to what was accomplished with regards to that?
Yeah, I can touch on the drug docket and the family treatment docket. So Judge Zone, the Chief Superior Judge, did appoint a judge to the statewide family treatment docket, Judge Kevin Griffin. I am planning a meeting with Judge Griffin, Judge Zone, our state's attorney, and the public defender within the next couple of weeks. The doodle poll is still in our inboxes, and we're trying to find an agreeable date to talk about specifically the drug docket, creating the drug docket here in Brattleboro, Windham County. And they're also expanding the drug docket in Windsor County, where people from Windham can go there. That would be at the discretion of our state's attorney. But of course, White River Junction is a bit of a hike for folks who are down here, so it's challenging for something in that situation. So additionally, I'll touch on some of the appropriations. We did appropriate $1.5 million to 4 opioid treatment programs to partner with correctional facilities, and so basically they're going in, providing coaching and therapy for folks in prison, and helping them through that process. And they're also working with DOC for reentry, preparing folks for when they're getting ready to leave being incarcerated. Another change we made regarding reentry is making it a requirement that folks who are leaving will have, at a minimum, 28 days of a supply of their medication, MAT, medically assisted treatment for opioid use disorder. And in my opinion, I think that's critical because when folks are leaving, that's often a time, those first couple of weeks outside of jail is a critical time, and often where they're at most risk of overdosing. So they also have to make sure that they provide pharmacy information, healthcare provider information for folks who are leaving as well.
And recovery housing, especially for folks exiting incarceration, is one of the areas of housing development that's sort of named as part of that new housing investment.
Great. Yeah. Thank you.
So that's some stuff on opioid use.
Thanks, Senator Hashim.
I was going to add the recovery residence, that there's funding for 2 new residences. That's fine. There's also some other ways that the opioid abatement fund was being allocated to boost substance use prevention and treatment, to expand eligibility for Medicare savings programs, like a whole bunch of different things. But definitely also evidence-based education and advertising fund being used to try to mitigate the harms of the opioid epidemic.
Yep.
And there's a bunch of other things, and I apologize, I don't want to go through a complete laundry list. But at the same time, you ask a question, and sort of the answer is the laundry list.
Yeah.
And so, the same thing. If you're going to go to mental health next, I might as well just add in. I don't know if anybody wants.
Go right ahead.
Okay.
We are over time, and we are into the discretionary.
So I'm
zone
trying to
here.
help you speed along here.
That's okay.
Yeah. No, I think one of the biggest things that we did was a rate increase for a bunch of the different agencies that are involved in our community mental health delivery system. So the designated agencies, specialized service agencies, adult day cares, area agencies on aging, enhanced residential care. So we put a rate increase through that in a tough budget year, tough choices. That was a pretty significant recognition of the ongoing dynamic around mental health and looking to try to boost the state's efforts in that area. And there are other places as well beyond the rate increase, but that I thought would be worth mentioning. Because just to connect the dots, the rate increase supports the agencies with hiring and retention, and hiring and retention has been one of the reasons why the agencies are not showing up as well as community members might expect or want because of staffing shortages. So this is an attempt to mitigate that.
Thank you.
When we first came here to do this for the first time, which was in December, maybe? Sometime like that. It was a significant list of huge challenges that we were all grappling with. And in reviewing the list in preparation for this meeting, even after our meeting in March, I am actually struck by how much we were able to get done in each of these categories in really significant sea change ways. The new investments in mental health care, John and I, we've spent hours and hours and hours trying to puzzle through what it actually means at a local level to make changes there. And it's the money so that staff can actually be hired to fulfill contracts. And, I hope Senator Hashim has a chance to really go deep on all that we did around repeat offenders. And, Representative Tolino also worked really closely on that in order to make sure that we are fully funding our court system, which is something we talked about at the past time. So,
do you want to go to that right now?
Sure. Senator Hashim.
Repeat offenders?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, sure. Sounds good. So, where to start with this?
We fully funded the courts.
We did do that.
And housing too, we did.
I'll start with a bill, the number is S195. This was the big bill related to conditions of release and repeat offenders. Before I dive into that, I do want to just provide the context that when it comes to pretrial detention, there is a very narrow and limited scope in which somebody can be incarcerated prior to their trial. That can only happen for bail when somebody is at risk of flight, and it can happen when somebody has committed a violent felony and the weight of the evidence is great, and when when somebody has committed a crime that carries potential punishment of life imprisonment. And that's not unique to Vermont. That is, we are required to follow those rules because of the Eighth Amendment and Article 40 and a lot of Supreme Court decisions, both in Vermont and the U.S. Supreme Court as it relates to pretrial detention. I can go deeper into it later if you'd like, but for now I'll talk about the bill related to conditions of release. So regarding conditions of release, one of the things that Vermont does not have, which many other states do have, and our federal government, is pretrial supervision. So we did create 6 positions, which is a start, for pretrial supervision. I met with the Commissioner of the Department of Corrections last week to talk about it. This is something that he's very interested in and wants to carry on the conversation about pretrial supervision moving into the next session. Pretrial supervision, this is, the way we designed it is to make it, at least at first, applicable to folks who we may consider repeat offenders. So somebody who has not less than 5 pending dockets and somebody who's violated their conditions of release. So pretrial supervision involves electronic monitoring. It's not an exhaustive list and it's not exclusive, but electronic monitoring or home detention, in-person meetings, telephone monitoring, and any other means of contact deemed appropriate. And so if somebody, so moving beyond pretrial supervision, when somebody, another thing that the bill does is if somebody is on conditions of release and they violate their conditions, the state's attorney can now move for what's called a 7575 hearing, also known as a bail hearing, to determine if somebody is at risk of flight. That previously wasn't something that was happening, but also if we're following the constitutional guardrails that we have, repeat offenses cannot be the sole reason in which somebody can be held on bail, but they can be one of the reasons that is considered in a list of other reasons as well when trying to determine if somebody can be held without bail because they're at risk of flight. So that's the very short version of S-195, and I'll also talk about the court backlog. As Representative Kornheiser brought up, we fully funded the courts. We provided 3 new judge positions, one of which was transferred from tobacco settlement funds. We created an additional 15 positions because as much as we love our judges, there's also a lot of other important work that happens. 10 more judicial assistants, 2 IT help desk analysts, 2 centralized service analysts.
Will you explain why this makes a difference for repeat offenders?
Yes, I will in just a
Thank you
moment.
so much.
1 database administrator, 11 judicial officers, and we also provided additional positions and funding to our state's attorneys and our public defenders. The reason that this is important is, what we've heard from judges is that the 2 main deterrents to crime are, 1, the likelihood of being caught, and 2, the proximity in time, or the amount of time in which somebody is caught and they're facing of consequences. So if it's 6 months to a year, which is fast in judiciary time, that's a good timeline. If it's 6 years, that's not a good timeline. I personally had one of my own cases resolve, not a case where I was a defendant, but from my former career, a case resolved just in March of this year, and that was an arrest that I made in 2017. So that's not a good timeline. Nope. So that is, so for the sake of time, I'll leave that there for now.
That's great. And I just want to say that I really appreciate this significant work that you guys have been doing at the State House. And I know that we could talk about any of these topics for, a great length of time, and we could have a lot more questions from the board. We had a lot of talk around these issues last session. And so I want to kind of reserve more of a kind of discursive time for what's coming next. I think.
Can I add 2 more very quick things? I promise I'll be quick. The car trespass bill.
Everything that we add now takes away from later.
The car trespass bill passed. It was on the easy list.
Passed. Also, competency evaluations can be done by psychologists now, not just psychiatrists. So it moves faster.
Yeah, it's appreciated.
And those are both huge.
Yeah, thank you.
Also, there was an ask around safety fire training that Tristan can give more details on another time, or I can, but we spent a decent amount of time trying to solve that problem.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So that is a lot of information about our priorities from last session. And again, thank you for your work. John is going to kind of talk through some priorities that we have had a preliminary discussion about. They're still in draft. And so board members be thinking about whether there's anything here that needs to change. We'll certainly want to hear from the community as well. And so we've got about 20 minutes left on this because we want to keep things on track so that we can have other substantial discussions coming next. Okay, John?
And to the delegation, we were trying to understand how much of this you guys already accomplished versus what's left to do. And so a lot of these ideas from the board, it may be partly we don't understand everything that you've already done this last session, but for drug addiction resources, we're hoping to stand up a standing drug court in Brattleboro, not just one that's circuiting through Brattleboro. Supplementing Medicaid payments to extend drug addiction treatment times. That's a big ask that we're very interested in. Funding that's targeted to sober living, which I know you were saying that some of that has been passed, but maybe more is needed. And then also funding for workforce development programs. And I know Representative Kornheiser was involved in past workforce programs for giving people things to do during the day. That's something we're also seeing as a big gap in town. And then finally, equalizing the approach in Vermont to SNAP distribution and making EBT cards not be transferable from one person to another and used for drug acquisitions and that sort of thing. So those are the types of things that I've heard from board members and others in the community as areas of drug addiction to be working on.
Great. So let's talk about some of those. Representative Kornheiser.
I think the drug court is something that we would certainly continue to work on. As The Medicaid payment and the insurance companies is absolutely a top priority, and for every decision like that, either something gets squeezed or rates go up. So I sort of want to name that as a reality of what we're grappling with as we dive into an issue like that. We already have received notice about Blue Cross Blue Shield's rates requests going up significantly this year. I don't think most of us can afford that kind of rate increases, or the town, if your town employees are on Blue Cross. But just that as we continue to work on something like that, we need to find another place to. It shouldn't just be squeezing a balloon and transferring. We need to find a better way to be doing things rather than just transferring costs from one end to the other. The sober living will continue. I think that's more part of our any conversation around housing will include that. So let's save that for housing. The Ready to Work programs, I was involved in that as an employee of Youth Services, not as a legislator. We actually have really significant funded workforce programs all throughout the state, including in Brattleboro. They're not working very well. And so, though people are working very hard at them and with them, and so Tristan spent hours and hours on this, so I'll let him.
Well, I just want to acknowledge that this particular part of state government, the federal government sends a fair amount of money through the WIOA, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, that funds most of what Vermont calls its workforce system, and it flows through the Department of Labor. The Workforce Development Division within the Department of Labor had for a brief period of time, like a 50% vacancy rate last year. They are, I think, fully staffed now, and hopefully we'll see that show up, or very close to fully staffed. But there was a major transition in staffing. There was a change in leadership, at the top of that division, and then there was a whole bunch of other stuff that happened. And so I think you'll see a different level of participation from them. And I would say that the larger question would be what collaboration could happen between the Department of Labor and I forgot Voc Rehab's renaming. I always forget Voc Rehab's renamed.
Give him a minute.
Hireability.
Hireability. Their rebrand. I'm sorry.
Hireability, formerly known as Voc Rehab.
Formerly known as Voc Rehab. It's a little like Twitter. That those collaborations between some of their business development folks, that's where I think that the most impact is going to come, more than significant legislation, because we tend to use that existing system. And so I encourage that direct connection there. And then if it becomes a resource problem after that, then that would be a good place to point to the delegation. It won't be me, since I'm not running for re-election, but
somebody.
And much like other issues like that, Sue Graff is probably the best person to begin a conversation with. Can you explain E?
Yes.
I think.
Or not a little bit.
We don't.
I just want to say something about the workforce, because we did do some things outside of the state, like Vermont Youth Conservation Corp. I mean, we are using private sector nonprofits for workforce development, and that is working
and
well.
That's flow through grants in most cases with some limited state dollars.
Yes.
Great, thank you. So Elizabeth was going to speak to E, which says equalize SNAP distribution with neighboring states while preventing EBT cards from being transferable.
It's the first half of the sentence that I don't understand.
Okay, so I have been told that clients come to social service providers and say, yeah, we're from out of state, but we understand it's easier to get benefits in Brattleboro, so we came here. And digging into that, I find that some states, like Vermont and Alaska, whatever, get payout at the beginning of the month, and other states have payments that are dispersed over the period of the month, and you can find out whether the filing is easier or whatever. But people say that they do come here to receive benefits either better or more quickly. And if we were exactly the same as neighboring states, then there would be no reason for that. And also that when there's a drug bust, there's stacks of EBT cards that have been used as money, and we need to find something that would prevent that from happening.
I'd like to speak to this in my professional capacity.
Yes.
So I work for SEVCA. We provide application assistance for state benefits programs, amongst a million other things. So one of the questions when you apply for SNAP, which is the federal name for Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, which in Vermont is called 3 Squares Vermont, which formerly would have been known as food stamps and colloquially is still known as that. But there are no stamps involved. There are EBT cards, which is like a debit card. And so there's a question on the application, like, are you coming from another state? Have you received benefits in another state? And when you answer a certain way in that question, it actually puts up kind of a roadblock that needs to be resolved. And I actually think that Sue Graff, in her AHS capacity, would be best placed to answer this question. And then secondly, the EBT cards being traded for drugs, absolutely. Yeah, that happens. That is a question that is on the EBT application. It's actually the first series of questions, or these federal regulation questions, that says, have you ever been convicted of trading EBT, of trading SNAP for drugs? You answered yes to that question, you would definitely not get any benefit. And so I want to acknowledge that that does happen. I also want to acknowledge that I think that the state's procedures for getting benefits are reasonable and robust, but maybe there is a question.
But maybe they differ from the neighboring states.
I should imagine they do, because these programs come from federal dollars with federal guidance through FNS, Food and Nutrition, which then state has some leeway on how they administer, is how I have always understood it professionally. And again, I think Sue Graff would be really well placed to speak to that.
But the question is, if Sue Graff identifies that there are differences among the states, does the legislature have to change the rules to make them equalized among the other states?
And that's a good
So
question.
one of the questions would be which states?
Yeah.
And we don't know that yet.
Yeah, because each state has a different political culture and has made different decisions about what that program is designed to accomplish and why. And so, Massachusetts famously has fairly high benefit levels. They are much bigger population-wise than New Hampshire, which, rather typically has lower. And so, the details of where that concern is coming from matter, and it would have to be evaluated against the statewide impact on all recipients of those benefits in terms of the state's decision-making about eligibility criteria and or levels. We are looking at, like, one of the things that's very true is that at the lower income level, it's not great. And, so we're looking at the slope of those benefits to see whether we can have more impact, because these are the principal purpose is poverty remediation and helping people navigate the very basics of their life. And so you have to get it right. And it's very complicated, more so than just parity across states. It's what role does it play in the overall approach to poverty reduction that the state is taking? And so I think it's a good question. And I think that's the context in which it will be evaluated.
But I also think it's important to study, there's so many ways that the legislature is trying to help people in need. But I think that we all have to understand the context, the municipal context with which those changes and those regulations are made, because in border communities like ours, that it's not just a perception, it's the reality that people are coming from bordering states.
I think it might be helpful to also speak with Senior Solutions about your conversation in addition to Sue Graff, because a lot of food stamps tend to be with fairly housebound older women. I know that's true in Mountain Home. And those benefits were just cut very significantly as COVID dollars wound down at the federal level. And I know we're seeing a lot of hunger and a lot of need because of that. And so I think, that would be another source of a deeper conversation. I do think at some point it would be helpful for us to have a conversation with New Hampshire and Massachusetts all together about this and so many other issues.
Sure. Sounds great.
Housing and food stamps, etc.
Yeah. And I think it's worth pointing out that whilst we just spent a fair bit of time digging into that quite small piece of things, that there's a number of other significant priorities here that you guys are saying, yeah, we're working on those. We're saying that this is really important to us, and I think that there's progress to be made. Peter?
And I have a question. First the questionnaire that you taught, we see the flaw in answering yes or no to a question on a questionnaire, right?
I'm not sure. This is a benefits application.
Yeah, the benefits application. So I think we can see where that fails right out of the gate.
Yeah, I didn't write the application.
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just suggesting that I'm pointing towards a bigger problem than the ease and something that Liz is talking to. My question is, and forgive me, I've done a little bit of research. I don't offer a solution. I just offer a question about criminalizing actual open drug use and where we might stand on that. I know using drugs has been, or being an addict, I guess, is not a crime, but the open use of drugs is also lumped in with that. Is that my understanding?
I don't know if I even understand your question.
So the status of being addicted to drugs is not a crime.
Correct.
Using illegal drugs in a public place presumably falls under some kind of criminal.
You'd be in possession of whatever drug you're using.
Right.
If you're holding a syringe with heroin in it and it's not being used, you're in possession of heroin. That is a crime. Am I misunderstanding your question?
I'm not sure. I don't think.
Are you saying the act?
I think you're right on. So my question then falls to, how does it become an actionable offense? So, nobody's going to do it in front of a cop, right? You would hope they have that sense, not to just do that right in front of a police officer. They probably have. Why is it that we're not seeing a higher rate of arrests or coming from that? And is there something that we can do at a legislative level that would assist our police departments in enforcing that?
That might be a question for the police department.
Yeah, and I wonder if maybe Assistant Chief Evans maybe wants to speak to that later on.
Maybe with Jim Baker.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's an interesting question. Let's keep it on our minds. Other board members with questions about drug addiction resources, recognizing that we've got about 5 minutes left if you want to stay on schedule. Elizabeth.
I'm interested in the conversation that Emily started about Blue Cross Blue Shield, and I can understand.
Are we in drug addiction resources?
Yes, because we were talking about treatment.
Okay, great.
That Blue Cross Blue Shield is a problem because it raises everybody rates, but I'm not sure about the Medicaid portion of that. Can you piecemeal that? Can you get more than 2 weeks of treatment?
We absolutely could. We would have to pay for it.
And so to me, I just think that's a linchpin of everything, and it should be a priority. I know it's a priority in Brattleboro, and I would hope that it would be a priority statewide, because just 2 weeks is actually not 2 weeks, it's 10 days. Mm-hmm. It's totally inadequate. And this study that we got about the court system says that it definitely adds to recidivism because it's just such a short period of time. Nobody can turn their life around in 10 days.
It's terrible. It's not enough time. It's one of a huge number of ways that Medicaid is not funded enough to meet the needs of Vermonters, or to keep our health system actually operating properly. And in order to increase the amount of money going to Medicaid, that money needs to come from somewhere. We get a Medicaid federal match when we, and there's only so much we can actually spend on Medicaid in order to have that proportion work out. It absolutely will continue to be a priority to increase this, as well as increasing other Medicaid reimbursements that keep our entire system functioning, like the funding that goes to our community-based services. All to say that is that money will need to come from somewhere.
And I think that, recognizing that Brattleboro sees this as a huge priority, and I'm sure statewide is the same, that the decision needs to be made that money has to come from somewhere.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Other board members with thoughts on these drug addiction resources legislative priorities? And if not, I'm going to ask the public if they have any thoughts on it. Okay. Public, hello. Thoughts on what the town manager described as the town's legislative priorities around drug addiction resources, or thoughts on what you heard from our legislators? Questions, comments? Okay, I am absolutely shocked, but I will move on. Maybe we just gave really good information, right? I mean, there's a lot of information here, and it's appreciated. Okay, now we have, I just needed to wait. I just needed to try and move on is what I needed to do. Ms. Ford, if you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself.
Hi, I'm Lisa Ford. I'm the board chair of the Boys and Girls Club. We're located on Flat Street.
Yep, great.
Where a lot of crime does happen. So my question is, my understanding, and I don't know the laws exactly, but that there is an age issue with crime, and so that encourages young adults from out of state to come into Brattleboro and sell drugs and not be tried as an adult. Is that true? I mean, and I'd like to understand that more.
Yeah. I appreciate your question, and I understand it, and I'm trying to keep things germane to this. So we're talking about the state's, our town's legislative priorities here. We're going to have a significant conversation about safety and crime momentarily. Is there a legislative answer to that question?
It's pretty complicated.
The answer is not anymore. I know exactly what you're talking about. Those cases used to originate in family court. They now originate in criminal court, with the possibility of following a motion that they be transferred to family court based on the context and the circumstances.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions from members of the public? Mr. Sprite. And then I see a hand on Zoom, which I'll go to next. Just introduce yourself and direct your questions this way.
Frick Sprite, District 9. I got a question for you, Daniel.
For me?
How many of these people who are applying for food stamps or any other benefits who have substance abuse problems are being rigorously honest in answering these questions that you mentioned?
Okay.
You know the answer.
Don't
to that,
feel
Daniel?
capable to answer that question. On Zoom, we have Christine. Christine, if you wouldn't just mind introducing yourself. I think it's Christine from Turning Point. But
Hi, good evening. Christine Allen from Turning Point, Executive Director.
Hello.
I just wanted to make note of the Medicaid issue. I know that we are all well aware that 10 days is not enough time for treatment. I can't emphasize that enough. As the ED for Turning Point, where we support and advocate for those that are in active addiction, it's one of the most painful things personally to even suggest that someone go to rehab for 10 days. It oftentimes takes even up to 14, sometimes 18 days for drugs to get out of someone's system. They are not even remotely, not even maybe prepared to come back to their everyday life and think that they're going to have a fighting chance. It's impossible, and it creates a lot of other issues on the end of that when they come back and then use again and end up getting Narcan and needing even more services, et cetera, et cetera. It's just this vicious cycle, nothing that everyone in this room does not already know. if there's anything that we can possibly do to help with the Medicaid situation, I would move heaven and earth to try to make that happen. 30 days is the absolute bare minimum that anyone needs and deserves for treatment.
Great.
Again, nothing we don't already know.
Yeah, thanks for sharing your professional opinion there. Appreciate it. Seeing no other hands raised, I'm going to move us on to mental health reform. John?
Yes, so drug addiction is a big topic, so is mental health, as Representative Tolino referred to. Some of the things, and again, this is sort of looking for, are there areas that you may want to work with the town on legislation for next session? And so some of the things that we've been hearing about and thinking about are like all of the exceptions to receiving mental health treatment. So like HCRS, designated agency, won't treat people with mental health issues and substance use disorder and or alcoholism, things like that. That's just not outside of their bailiwick is what we hear. And so is there a way that we can reduce those number of exceptions that they have? Other things are like having the designated agencies be doing more for risk assessment and programming for response to criminal conduct. So when somebody with mental health issues is committing crimes, are there ways that HCRS can be better equipped to deal with those and be able to address those issues? And especially for people who continue committing crimes over and over again with mental health issues and that are not getting addressed. We're also interested in exploring the creation of practical and humane facilities to move chronically mentally ill people out of the Harmony lot or out of the Preston lot or wherever they are downtown into a place that is off the street and a safer situation for those people. And related to that is more effective and clear guidance to the courts and other legal entities to empower them and require them to supersede individual choices about the need for intervention. So those are the things that I've been hearing from the board and others about those, like, are those things that the delegation would be interested in working with us on?
Thanks, John.
I think D and E, just D, I guess I'll say, the practical and humane facilities. I think the town's already been working pretty deeply in collaboration with HCRS, and I think the delegation on looking at what structures would work for that, and finding a path forward for that. And I know we've sort of collaborated to find funding for that, and I think that's a great move. Conversations about the need for more housing statewide include mental health supported housing in a really meaningful way that is both consensual and deeply supported. The retreat, continues to be one of the largest employers in our area, a major resource to all of us, and like all of our area community health facilities, struggling, partly because of Medicaid reimbursement rates and because of lots of other structural issues, and we will continue to work to support them and expand their services to meet the needs of folks in Brattleboro. For A and B, and C, I think it might be helpful to have folks from HCRS here in the select board meeting to speak to actually what they need to get those issues met, because it does not strike me as legislative purview. It's probably somewhere between what the agency needs and their relationship with the Department of Mental Health. If it comes down to them being very specific about what they need, then I think we could come back in and figure that out together.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Just one comment about. I'm not looking at the list, but the way that the question was posed effectively about the where Vermont draws the line on bodily autonomy and forced medication. And I think I'm the only one who was there when we actually changed that a little bit, because I think it was 8 years ago, or even 10 years ago.
It was before me.
And it's a very significant question that you're asking. And there's nothing close to consensus in the political space of the legislature around where that line should go, if it should move or not. There are states that are much more rigorous about allowing people to be forced to take medicine. Vermont has, I believe it's 48 hours, but I think that in certain situations, if you're harm to others or you're to yourself, they can do it for a short period of time, but then you have the right to refuse. So I just want to sort of level set the expectation around that issue, that even if your future delegation feels that that is something that does need to change, that is a probably 2-3 biennium conversation to see whether there's any kind of consensus around that. That is not an easy change.
Thank you. Senator Hashim.
Yeah, so just a few things about this. I did recently meet the new interim CEO of the Brattleboro Retreat, and the retreat is very on top of providing us with updates and keeping in touch with us. He did mention that their 15-bed psychiatric facility for adolescents is coming online in early 2025. They're also going to begin offering adolescent telehealth in the fall this year. So 2 things for our youth. We also appropriated $1 million from the general fund for the startup costs for the psychiatric youth inpatient facility, which was part of Act 78. One of the larger issues for youth mental health is the lack of inpatient services in the state, and so we're almost always sending people or youth out of state, which is not very helpful. But just broadly speaking, the intersection with criminal justice and mental health is extremely messy, and it is something that all parties in the judiciary want to find a resolution to, or receive more clarity and guidance. And so that is going to be one of my priorities, assuming I'm in Senate Judiciary next year.
And one of the interesting and difficult issues when we discuss this with the retreat and statewide partners, other statewide partners, is thinking about forensic mental health facilities puts hospitals, other regulatory systems at risk under federal law. And so just like another point towards the complexity that Senator Hashim spoke to.
Great, thank you. Elizabeth, you had a question. Was it about something that was just said? Or?
Yes, it was, and I thank you for your comments. My concern is that, for example, we've had instances where people have been arrested numerous times for seeming petty offenses. Like, let's say they break into cars, they're arrested, they're out, they're arrested, they're out. It's not until they punched the cop that, it rose to the level of concern within the judicial system. And even then, with, the person's mother begging the police chief, please get this person treatment. The state was loath to act. The state was like, the last thing on their mind was to actually find a treatment bed for this person. And, everybody in our judicial system was all in favor of this finally being done. And that was the one success. But this happens again and again. And the state is so loath to do that, so loath to act in those cases. Do you have any ideas for that? Do you have any recommendations?
I think there's a real question about, those are terrible situations. I just want to name that. And that is things not working well to meet the needs of the person who's causing the harm even, right? And it's a question of, are the laws actually being followed, that it's our job to help draft or pass? Or is it the administrative functions of the state that are falling down on the job in various ways? And I think you all, and we are happy to make connections to sort of further that end, but we are not that part of the state, right? There are 3 branches of government, and we are not that branch of government. And so we, on a day-to-day basis, hustle to make those connections for constituents and, make a phone call to the public service department because someone's power is not working or whatever. But I think at the end of the day, would be helpful for us to bring down the commissioner of the Department of Health to sit at the select board meeting with you, to be accountable to you directly rather than just to us. Because that, I think, is where you're seeing things not work. And it's not because of lack of trying on our part or a lack of laws, but in fact the administration's ability to get the job done.
Senator Harrison.
Thank you. And those are really good points that Emily made, and thank you very much, because laws can only go so far. And I just want to suggest that when we're talking about this, we really need to talk with doctors, especially emergency room physicians, because they have, unfortunately, a lot of experience with this. And there are folks who work both in Vermont and New Hampshire who have to decide what to do based on which state they're in, and there's pluses and minuses to that. And at some point, we can legislate, but we don't want to legislate too exactly, because we have to give the physician space to do their work.
Thank you. Other board members with comment on these priorities? Mr. Davis.
Yes, I comment. The whole area of mental health reform, I think it's a good example of showing us how we resolve a problem that people are talking about now, but that it takes a long time. And just let me explain that. So we hear, oh, okay, there's people on the street, and we perceive that there's some mental illness. Our safety is being compromised, and it becomes a big safety issue. And then we hear that, and we tell people we're working on solutions, but they take a long time. A lot of people want quick answers and quick solutions. Addressing these mental health reform issues as we have here, this is a solution. Okay, and I think people need to understand that a solution like this is complicated, but it's being worked on. It takes time. It's being worked on. This gets to the root, one of the root causes of why people don't feel safe in a particular community. And we're making an effort to do this, and I want to recognize that.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. So I just want to point out that it's 8:03. We have a lot of people here who I think are here for the next agenda item. We have 3 more areas of priorities that we wanted to talk to you guys about. And I am going to suggest that we are not going to be able to do that in a meaningful way. But the time that we've spent with you has been meaningful, and I think that the information that you've shared is useful for the members of the public watching at home as well as people here in the room. So I'm going to ask you this. Would you be willing to come back one more time before the beginning of the session to kind of finish off this preliminary list of priorities?
I was so ready.
I'm not going to send you a doodle poll.
Yes.
You would? Okay.
And there's actually some really good working groups on both municipal revenue enhancement and a new housing plan that will probably be readier later on in the fall. So that might really add some depth to those 2 topics.
Great. And so we will be in touch with some dates, and we'll figure it out. Franz, you had a quick question?
No, it's a quick statement, which is that I have very much enjoyed the sessions with the legislators at the library that happen the first Saturday of every month, at 10 or 10:30. Really a great opportunity for us and everyone else to get more information on these topics. I highly recommend that people attend them.
Yes, thank you so much.
They're also not happening during the summer.
Yeah. Liz, you want to say something real quick?
Yeah, I just want to say that I have, a lot of comments about these things, and I very well would like to talk to you about them before we meet again, because I can't wait that long.
Okay, good. All right, she's chomping at the bit. So we're going to take a break for the next 5 minutes. So we'll come back at 8:10, and then we will go on to community safety update, multi-part agenda item. Okay. We're back from our little break, and the next item on our agenda is item B of new business, which is a community safety update. And I want to introduce to members of the public who don't know him. What's your title, Jim? Is it Colonel? No. Or is it just Jim?
It's just Jim.
James Baker, sent to us by the Governor's Office from the Public Safety Enhancement Team. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your work here in town already. And look forward to your presentation.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think some folks may not have met me. I see a lot of familiar faces. So by the way of introduction, as Daniel said, my name is Jim Baker. I'm the consultant to the Governor's Public Safety Enhancement Team. And I do my work through the Vermont Department of Public Safety is my client. My role is to work in communities to try to identify resources, processes, frameworks to address the issues of crime, social disorder, safety in the community, and some of the issues that were discussed with the legislators earlier around substance use disorder and underlying mental health issues. The goal is to help communities integrate local resources and enhance those resources with state resources and technical assistance. So in essence, I act as a technical assistant to the parties working on these issues here in Brattleboro. I've been in Brattleboro off and on. I was here at the board. I can't remember the last time I was here, but 6 months ago maybe, roughly 5 months ago. I've been working in Brattleboro for about 9.5 months. I started last September, and early on, we did a lot of work just meeting with stakeholders in the communities to understand the roles of the stakeholders. And we also held a couple focus groups with various groups, just getting an understanding of what the challenges in Brattleboro were. And we then started working on technical assistance to the community. One of the areas that we've really focused on is data. And again, not to be repetitive for folks that have heard this before, but the way the Public Safety Enhancement Team came about within the administration was the result of the way data was used during the pandemic. The governor challenged staff to take a look at the way data was used during the pandemic and how decisions were made based upon that data. So, Patrick, I'll get to that slide in just a second, just the groundwork. So the governor challenged staff to take a look at data techniques that were used during the pandemic. And he challenged the digital services to come up with ways to track that data on a state level and figure out the type of criminal activity that's occurring that would be tied directly back to illegal drug activity in the state. It was also focused on some of the violence that was occurring. You saw some of that violence here. There's been violence continuing around the state, and part of looking at the data was taking a look at the precursor activities that lead to violence. And so weekly now, for the last 1.5 to 2 years, the Public Safety Enhancement Team meets every week, and they take a look at data across the state. And so, Patrick, if you want to bring up that next slide. Some of this is going to be hard for some of you to see.
Jim, would you mind if I just pause for a second? I want to check in with everybody. Can everybody hear okay? Sometimes when we have the AC on, it can be a little hard. Yeah? Okay. All right. Just raise your hand if that changes, please.
It could be a little louder.
So, Jim, I'm sure you have a louder voice. None of these microphones amplify in the room. These are for the TV.
I'm thrilled to death that somebody says that I'm not loud. Thank you. I'm going to take that home tonight with me, that I'm not loud. So go back to this point about data. We started taking a look across the state at the data. Now, this is just this level set. This is crime-reported data to a police department. So it's got to be a report to the police department that's tracked in the record management system, which the majority of the police departments use the same record management system in the state, which is Valcor. There's only a few departments that don't use that data. Brattleboro is one of the agencies that use Valcor. So we started taking a look at the data about 1.5 to 2 years ago. And if you remember during the pandemic, one of your hometown fellows, Mike Pichek, would stand up every day at a press conference with the governor, and he would provide data on things like community spread. That information was being developed by artificial intelligence experts inside digital services and state government. That's the same team that's working on this data. So I've got a couple slides that aren't comprehensive, but I wanted to give you a sense of what this looks like, what we look at weekly. So the first slide up is the community overview of Brattleboro. And if you take a look to the right, we're also mapping that data to given locations. So early on, before I came involved with working with the town officials here in Brattleboro and the nonprofit organizations in Brattleboro, we were taking a look at the data to communities across the state. Who rose to the top for the most frequent amount of activity in certain categories, such as assaults, burglaries, domestic assaults, drug and narcotics, homicides, gun violence, robbery, and sex offenses. And early on and consistently, Brattleboro came up as one of the top 8 communities in the state that would show up every week on this data set that we were looking at. We started this process in Bennington, so I've worked in Bennington, Springfield, and now Brattleboro. We try to work in one community at a time, although I continue to support Bennington and Springfield on their projects that they have launched, which is, I'll get to this in a minute in my presentation. In Bennington, it's called Project Alliance. In Springfield, it's called Project Action. So why would Jim Baker be asked by the governor's office to become involved in this process as a consultant? Because I was the police chief in Rutland when we launched Project Vision under the leadership of then Mayor Chris Loris. And so we are trying to follow the same concepts that we applied to in Rutland at the time. The challenges are different now. The opiate crisis, the mental health crisis looks much different now than when Jim Baker was in Brattleboro as a police chief. So the challenges are much different than what they were back then. The drug supply is much more potent, much more dangerous, with very deadly consequences. Much different than what I saw as chief in Rutland from 2012 to 2015, when the powered opiate crisis started taking off. So we started taking a look at this data. Now, I'm going to explain this the best I can. I'm not an IT technician person, but I asked the IT people just to give me a couple slides to show you. So what you're looking at here is on the circle on the left is the last 6 months of activity of those categories we track at the statewide level. And you'll see that, for example, assaults account for a big chunk of that pie. So that yellow, half of those calls are assaults. Another piece of it, I'm going to put another slide up in a minute, because these are catching like what's known as the Part 1 crimes, the more serious crimes. I'll put another slide up in a minute. So we also track when things are peaking in a given community and when they're subsiding. I will say that Brattleboro consistently has remained pretty active with not a lot of activity that subsided. Although around May of 2024, you started dipping in these categories of crimes. If you see at the top, we also take a look at violence and drug calls by hour and by day of the week to be able to help the agencies better understand when this activity is happening. Patrick, could you go to the next slide, please?
Yes, sir.
This slide includes, I'm sorry, Patrick, can you, no, you're good, sorry, I didn't change my slide. This slide adds a couple other categories, such as larceny. So when you put that in the last 6 months on the left, the pie, the yellow slice that you see has now been, what was assaults was your #1 call for service, has been overtaken by larcenies. Now, I know that's not a shock, especially for the folks that have been victimized as victims of larceny. So, again, we map that data, and if you look at the right-hand side, you will see that the different colors coordinate with the spots on the map. So you can tell where the activity is happening in a given area. And what I did here was simply ask the IT folks to give me that slice of the map that's downtown, as you can see. Next slide, Patrick, please. What this is comparing you to a few other communities, okay? So we take a look at this on a weekly basis, compare community to community about what's happening, to be able to identify at the state level how to deploy the limited resources there are, especially on the law enforcement side, to give in support of given communities. So if you take a look at this, and I'm not going to get into what's on the bottom because I think I'll end up confusing you. I think the important piece here is when you take a look at Brattleboro's data compared to other data, that line underneath the chart is pretty consistent. So you're not getting dips and peaks like you would see over to the right to Essex. If you see Essex is the far circle to the right, you see the spikes in the valleys. You don't see that so much with Brattleboro. The other issue is take Burlington off this because it's an outlier. In many ways, it's an outlier. Put that off to the side. When you're compared to communities comparable to your size, you end up 10.1 weekly average for those type of calls we talked about on the first slide. So you're consistently, compared to communities your size, you are consistently higher than they are. And the other thing that stands out is when police officers take a report, they're gonna make an observation if alcohol, drugs, or firearms or different issues are involved in the call for service. And we track that. And all I ask the IT folks to do is to make this point about drug and alcohol involved calls. You'll see that a third of the calls for service, those calls for service that we're tracking, I'm not talking about non-criminal, and I'm going to talk about that in just a second. I'm talking about these calls that we're tracking. A third of those calls involve drugs and alcohol. Just to kind of state the obvious. So what we recently did, and I don't want to take away from Deputy Chief Evans' presentation here in a minute, but what we recently did in support of the community is we're providing technical assistance to the police department and to the bigger group meeting through the crime research group, which is our research partner working with the public safety enhancement team. So some folks were at a meeting here in the room on Friday where there was a presentation to that group. And I think eventually you will hear from the crime research group in a public meeting. What we're discovering in most communities are that it's not a large number of people causing the majority of the chaos. Not a large number of people. It's the same folks causing the chaos in the community. So in Brattleboro, CRG at the presentation on Friday listed the top 20 people who I think, Chief, over the last 3 years? 2.5. Over the last 3 years, 20 people accounted for 5% of all the activity at the police department. I want that to sink in for a minute. 20 people accounted for 5% of the activity at the police department. So why is all this important? It's because the technical assistance that we're providing to the town, we believe the data piece becomes very important. Not only on the criminal calls, but the non-criminal calls for activity. I was just talking with the deputy chief, and he's going to show you a slide in a minute, where their calls for service have gone up significantly in the first 6 months of this year. My first reaction, understanding data around police calls for service, that's a good thing. That means people are calling the police department because they trust the police department to respond and provide a service when they need them. Now, eventually, that data should go the other way if the resources in the community are being applied to the situation to be able to lower the harm to the community. So, any questions for me on the data piece? Can I take questions?
Yes, no. I'm going to invite questions just now.
So I'm going to stop there on the data piece.
Yeah.
I just gave you a very, very short synopsis. We're also working with the PD around non-criminal calls for service. And that's when there's a suspicious person or a suspicious vehicle in a neighborhood or someone's being a nuisance and the police are called. Those become very important indicators of the climate in the community when it comes to data. So I'm going to stop there for a minute because this data doesn't include that.
Thanks, Jim. Jim? Thank you. So, board members, questions about Mr. Baker's presentation?
Yes.
Elizabeth.
Hi, Jim.
Hi, how are you, Liz?
I want to thank you again for all your work and your commitment to Brattleboro. I appreciate it. One of the things that we talked about, and you've talked about numerous times, is the trauma that our town has faced and individual trauma of people in our town. And one of the things that I think we need to call out is the trauma of the motel shelter program. And there's individual people in our motels. There's about 300 people, and they're traumatized. But there's a collective trauma to the people of Brattleboro for, hosting that shelter in our community. And I think that your data points to that quite well when you say that the 3 motels are in the top 10 police calls. Mm-hmm. The number one caller is calls from the Quality Inn. So we need to understand that trauma when we're trying to fix Brattleboro's problems. And one of the main things that sticks in my mind is the state bureaucrats who say, well, the shelter has to be in Brattleboro because Brattleboro has the services. And when you make that statement, you're saying that it has to be in Brattleboro because Brattleboro taxpayers have assembled these services that are rounding out the shelter program and that the state has created. And so there needs to be a solution that helps Brattleboro not only with the data, and I think it's great that we're all pooling our resources and understanding the social dynamic, but we need help to monetize the money that our Brattleboro taxpayers pay to provide these services that the state's relying on to augment the shelter program.
Yeah, and you and I have had this conversation, right? So I want to acknowledge that we've had this conversation. Mm-hmm. I think where the data plays back into this is right. The data is starting to tell a story that I refer to it as urban legend, right? People repeat what they think is going on, but what's really starting to show up in the data is what's really going on. Mm-hmm. And I think it's the step as I provide my consulting services back to my client at the state. These are the conversations I've had. The data is now starting to show what the underlying issues in Brattleboro are and how to come up with a strategy to be able to impact that impact. I do want to talk, I didn't have the trauma piece in my presentation, but I do want to bring this up. I think I said this the last time I spoke to the board. I know the folks that meet with me on a regular basis, I bring this up. I've been in the criminal justice field going on 50 years in various roles in the state of Vermont. I have not worked in a community where I sense the depth of the trauma that I sense in Brattleboro. It's every 6 months that you have a major event in this community. As we sit here, was it 2 weeks ago that you lost a 3-year-old to a drowning incident? You've had fires that have taken the lives of well-respected community members. You've had homicides that have drastically affected. And when I meet with groups and I talk with folks, that trauma comes out. And does it have the effect, does it have something to do with your challenges around the Harmony parking lot or Flat Street? Not directly, but it does. And so I continue to talk about finding ways to assist the community with that. Other questions for me?
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Franz?
Good evening. So the statistic you gave about 20 people being responsible for 5% of the police calls, very quick calculation. If there's 8,000 adults in Brattleboro, you would expect 20 people to account for 1 in 400 calls, not 1 in 20 calls. So that's quite a disproportion from what an expected distribution might look like. I'm wondering if you have an actual distribution curve that plays that out and maybe shows how the tail runs out at the end of it. I would just be interested in seeing that if data like that were available.
Not yet, but I think you'll get to that at some point with us providing the support, with the state providing the support of CRG to you. That type of chart or graph isn't there yet.
And how would we get access to the types of information that you have available?
I think I'm getting a little ahead of myself in the presentation, but if you just bear with me, I'll get to that.
That's fine.
I'm not trying to blow your question.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Franz. Other board members? Richard?
I'm not sure if this is a question anybody can answer, but based on what you're talking about in terms of trauma and that Brattleboro is experiencing certain kinds of trauma on a regular basis, fairly frequently, would you consider this a major reason why people, at least we're getting the feeling that people in the community don't feel safe in general?
I don't want to venture a guess, so I don't want to say for sure. But when a community doesn't feel safe, sometimes it's based upon experiences or what they see and what their experience is. So, it's hard to say. I'm just making an observation of the time I've spent in Brattleboro around the trauma that the community has faced. I do think it's something that needs to be addressed.
Is there any way to measure that kind of perception, or is it sort of just, it's all anecdotal and it's sort of out there, but it's not something that it can be objectified?
I believe it could be done through surveying and focus group interviews and so on, for sure.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Richard. Peter?
So we've gone through the numbers, and the numbers are important. We know it helps us identify where the problems are, who the problems are, what the problems are that are occurring. And I've been on a little bit of a kick lately where when anybody complains to me about our downtown, one of my first questions is, did you call the police? Did you inform somebody that this happened? The answer is always no. What are they going to do about it? And I believe that we can't get hung up in that narrative, that phone call has to be made.
It's incredibly important that people report activity.
So on the back of my card, I've written the Brat PD tip line, which is something that everybody can call if you don't have the time, if you don't want to invest the time to actually talk to a police officer. You can call 802-251-8188. This helps the numbers that Jim is putting together, that Jeremy knows about. If you are so inclined and can put things onto a videotape and you want to email that to further, I think, help with this, it's BPD, Brattleboro Police Department, tips@brattleboro.org. And I guess so, off my soapbox, are these the things that help build these numbers and show you where the problems are?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I've talked a lot with Deputy Chief Evans and Chief Hardy about the importance of people reporting activity, because I haven't gotten to this point yet, but I do want to talk about this is all great at the state level. This does nothing for you until you put the context to it at the local level. That makes sense to people. Mm-hmm. Like, you can take a look at the data all you want, but it's when you put context to the data, and if you don't have all the reported activity, you can't put the context to the data. And for the chief and the deputy chief, the work that they're starting to do around data-driven decision-making, you don't have all the data. You don't have all the information. And one of the things that's starting to happen in all the communities that we're working on is starting to clean up their data, the way the data is reported, to be more precise and more accurate, to become more strategic in how you're going to come up with a strategy to deal with what the issues are that are being reported. I don't know if I'm making sense to you or not.
It makes perfect sense, and I'm just trying to further make the point simpler, and that could do things like provide additional funding to help combat these things?
What it could do is help continue to develop the strategy around, and again, I wanted to touch on this in a couple minutes, but let me say it now, that we held a convening in April where, and I'll get to a summary of that convening for the public in a minute. And one of the areas that's been clearly identified is, and I want to be gentle about this, people are not holding each other accountable. And what I mean by that is that when you have 20 people that account for 5% of the calls for service, and they're getting passed from one agency to another, there's not a level of accountability that needs to happen. And it's not that you can solve all these problems of people who struggle with substance use disorder or mental health disorder, but if you're not holding each other accountable in the system, then the system's got no chance of working. So as you start talking about data-driven decision-making, and you have all the players around the table, you're going to start holding each other accountable for, and I'll tell you, on Friday, when CRG put the slide up with the 20 names of the people accounting for that 5%, the providers that were in the rooms' jaws dropped because they recognized those folks. And it came to be a realization for them that if they're falling through the cracks in their system, who ends up dealing with them? The police department.
Right.
And I think that was a realization and an epiphany that happened on Friday. And Liz, Danny,
Yes.
we were there?
Yep. Definitely.
100%.
It was an epiphany that happened. Yeah. That's the first step in holding each other accountable for better outcomes than you have right now, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Jim, I really want to make sure that members of the public get to ask you some questions. I also have a feeling there's a little more to come in the presentation. Is that right?
If I can make a suggestion, Mr. Chair, let me just go through my points.
Yeah.
And then would that work? Because
yes, as far as I'm concerned,
may answer their questions.
Yeah. Okay. So let's do that. I appreciate everybody's patience. I think this is good information for you all to have, and then you're going to have plenty of time for questions. I'm in no rush to get through this stuff. I know how important it is.
So here's the technical assistance we've provided to the community through the Public Safety Enhancement Team to date. We supported the police department in a grant application they put into the state that they were awarded money for 2 more social workers embedded in the police department. That now gives them 3, although I believe the 3rd is not filled yet, correct, Chief? Correct. Although the funding is there. So unlike a lot of agencies that just have 1 social worker, Brattleboro is going to have 3 embedded, closer to 24/7 coverage for those challenging cases that they end up getting called to. Because the data is also showing, out of those 20 folks that showed up, accounting for 5% of the calls for service, the top person generating most of the calls, only 14% of those calls were actual criminal activity. They were non-criminal activity. So having those social workers embedded is important. We helped the police department connect with Vermont National Guard, and they now have an embedded crime analyst inside the police department to help with better development of this data. We convened the gathering in April. We have set up a consortium of best practices around the state that Brattleboro participates on a regular basis, and I think the town manager will tell you he participates on a regular basis. We meet about quarterly, 3 times a month. The different towns are sharing best practices, and I think ideas are coming out of that to bring back to Brattleboro. The consortium is going to begin training around data analysis and also around issues such as HIPAA and protections around sharing information, because that is a major roadblock for the police department and the social services agencies. And sometimes the HIPAA regulations are really misunderstood by both sides of the equation, public safety and public health. And we're going to be doing that training very shortly. As I said, we brought Crime Research Group in as a technical assistant to the police department to start analyzing this data on a deeper dive. The symposium that we held on April 30th at the School for International Training covered trauma and the impact in Brattleboro, collaboration, coordination, and communication at work in Brattleboro, data-informed interventions, addressing challenges, resiliency in healthy communities. The judiciary did a presentation on the intercept model that they're starting to build out, which is a cataloging and creating an inventory of services that judges can depend on. And you'll be shocked to learn that a lot of the judges do not understand what resources are available in the community. And we also talked about the team of team models, how to create one cohesive team out of the resources in the community to come to a conscious agreement, a shared consciousness about what outcomes ought to look like. What came out of that was some shortcomings that we decided to have a follow-up meeting, ways to better engage with the whole community. And when I say the whole community, I mean the folks that are working on these issues, the data sharing across sectors and silos to improve accountability amongst partners working on the issue, a leadership level team to align around shared consciousness on what outcomes the community wants, and a better way to engage and measure outcomes on the work that's being done. We had a follow-up meeting last Friday where many of the leaders of the various organizations in the community met and agreed to continue to meet. And I believe the next steps, and I don't want to get ahead of the town manager, is to enter into an agreement that this will become an overarching collaborative to start focusing on collaborating across systems. And moving forward, and then I'll open it up to questions, Mr. Chair. We are working on bringing, through Operation to Save Lives, we're looking at partnering with Brattleboro, and the state would provide this training. It's fairly expensive. It's called Situational Table. And what it is, in essence, is a way for law enforcement to sit around a table with providers and share information about high-risk individuals, either high risk to themselves or high risk to the community, and how to create interventions by sharing information and resources with those individuals. And sometimes the outcome is not the public health side of the equation, it is the criminal justice side of the equation. We're looking to bring that training hopefully in the fall, and combined with the work that Brattleboro PD is doing on the data stuff and the convening of the Brattleboro Collaborative, I think those are the next steps that we're looking at. And I'm going to stop there because I want to be respectful of time.
Great.
And answer questions.
Thanks, Jim. Really appreciate the presentation. I'm sure many people have questions. If you would raise your hand, and then you shall be recognized. We will have folks on Zoom as well. Mr. Sprite. And if you could direct your question to the board, please.
To the board.
Yep.
I have a question for Jim.
Yep. Send it this way, and I'll bounce it off that way.
For Sprite District 9. Well, first of all, I want to say I am thrilled to hear that this kind of collaboration is finally happening. I, as a housing provider, have felt like that needs to happen, including us, and I'm hoping that you might consider that at least some of us more social service focused housing providers would be included in the conversation somehow.
Okay, thank you, Frick. So your question is, can landlords be included in this collaborative effort? And I think, John, you're going to speak to that collaboration later, so let's hold that until then. Questions about Mr. Baker's presentation? Mr. DeGray.
Well, thank you for your presentation. A couple of comments that you made. One about when you talked about the police department receiving their highest amount of calls, you said that that's a good thing, that it shows trust in our police department. I don't think it's a good thing because I believe our community trusts our police department. And I think it shows that we have a lot of activity in our town that people are just fed up with and calling the police department. The other thing that concerns me that you said that over a 3-year period, you found that about 20 people are the main perpetrators of most of the crime in Brattleboro, which shows, and I have legislators behind me, shows that we have an ineffective judicial system because they're repeat offenders and they're constantly on the street. They get arrested, then they're released. I certainly know up in Burlington, shoplifting, it's a joke up there. They get arrested, they go to jail, they get released, they're back in the store and stealing things. And so, solution orientated, one would wonder with this data from 3 years, why hasn't there been any suggestions or action plans to say, we have this data that shows these repeat offenders, what can we get the legislative body to do to have laws that are going to get these people off the street? I certainly know holding people accountable, but the select board has no authority to do some of the things that we would like to do, but that's not in our hands. Now, I looked at June, the report for the police department in the month of June, and it's in the back of the documents in the report here, 1,074 calls for service in June. I mean, when you talked about Brattleboro being third, 1, 2, 3, Bennington, Rutland, and then Brattleboro, that's not something we want to be proud of. We got the head of the Chamber of Commerce behind me, and I'm sure that's a statistic that he doesn't want to hear. And we have a community that is really in difficult shape. I'm on the street every day. I see it every day. I haven't talked to you. I don't know why we haven't spoken, and that perplexes me a little bit because I don't know anybody who's actually on the street more than I am. And I see things that are going on that are out of the community's hands, the select board's hands. And when you talk about trauma, the biggest thing that happened, I believe, trauma-wise to the community was the stabbing on Flat Street. We've had other things happen that are unfortunate incidents. The drowning, for sure, the suicides that we've had, very unfortunate. But I don't think it causes trauma. I don't think about those. I think about those that it's unfortunate to the families that happened to. But what scares me is the murder that happened on Flat Street and the types of people that are walking around our town that shows me that my life has no value or the lives of other people walking around. And that significantly scares me. And so data is great, but I'm looking forward to the action plan that comes forward sooner rather than later.
Thanks,
Thank
Dick.
you.
I appreciate those comments.
Daniel, there's a couple things I need to clarify.
Yeah, I want to actually see if I can clarify something.
That are very important. And sir, it's probably, I may have misspoke when I said this. Those top 20 folks accounting for 5% of the service, what I said was the top person, 14% of the interaction was criminal activity. So these are not repeat offenders committing crimes. They're individuals that are coming into contact with the police department because of non-criminal interactions, number one. Number two, If I left you with the impression Brattleboro is like third on the list, that's not accurate either, because it ebbs and flows. And we just decided to start in Bennington and go to Springfield and come to Brattleboro, not based upon the calls and criminal activity. Just to be clear on that.
Thanks, Jim. And I was actually going to clarify that same thing. And I think what it's important to recognize is that it points to something, right? It's saying that
correct.
A high number of people are involved with the police department and yet actually need a different service than what the police department can provide. And we're grateful that the police department is responding to them, but it suggests that there's a gap in what can be provided in this community.
Right, and the people that should be accountable for interacting, it ends up going to the police department who does not have the tools to deal with the situation.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Other members of the public who have questions about Mr. Baker's presentation? Yeah, Lisa? And if you could just direct your question this way.
Hi, I appreciate data, so thank you for showing us that. And so what I think I heard you say is that because of the size of our town, we're kind of off the charts, data-wise, in terms of
You're consistently high with not dips and valleys, right?
Right. So I'm going to say that we're consistently high. We're not doing well for a town our size.
Would you mind bringing your question this way?
Sure. So
thanks.
So we're not doing well for a town our size, I just want to say. And I want to kind of piggyback on what Liz said, is that with that, we have to think about, can we even serve all the people who are in need? We don't have any long-term rehabs. And many of them are, we verified, are coming from out of state. And so are you collecting that data?
Pardon me?
Are you collecting?
Lisa, if you could ask your questions this way, and then I'll
Are we collecting
facilitate.
data?
Thank you.
On the number of people who are coming into this town from out of state for services, or who are are addicts, have mental health issues that we can't treat? Are you tracking that data?
Do you have other questions?
Do you have that?
If you could keep going with your questions.
Okay, so, and if you are collecting that data, can we make it a priority to locally to work with those communities to try to stop that from happening? I mean, it doesn't sound like the legislators will do that anytime soon. But if we know if we know those communities, just because we don't, they probably are working on a statewide level, but locally, I think if we know where those people are coming from, you could work, our administrators, the Department of Health, could locally work with the other states.
Thanks, Lisa. So
is that possible?
I'll answer that in a second. Okay. So let me just reframe your question. So what you're asking is the town of Brattleboro, or is this project that we're working on with the Public Safety Enhancement Team and the Crime Research Group, is that project collecting data on people who come to our community from elsewhere? So I don't know if we have an answer to that question. I would be surprised if we did. I think that there will probably be a great many limitations to providing an answer to that question. And I think it bears consideration, but I don't think you'll receive enough information about it tonight. But let's put it on the list.
Yeah, we're not doing it yet, right?
Yeah.
But ironically, it's a conversation John and I had today.
Yeah.
It's a conversation John and I had today.
Yeah, thanks, Jim.
Where you find that data will be difficult.
Yeah, thank you.
So how you collect that data will become difficult.
So if you'd like to be recognized again, all you got to do is raise your hand. So Lisa, a really quick response.
Sorry, I have another question. So again, we are, we don't look great as a town right now. And I wonder if there's any focus on downtown, on serving downtown. I mean, we're even worse than we look in that data, because I'm not calling every day, and there are things happening on Flat Street that people aren't calling about. So I wonder if there is there is a goal or if there is a plan to focus on Flat Street.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're going to get to next steps and a couple of items, so let's hold it for then. Other questions from members of the public? Danny?
Thank you. I'm Danny Lichtenfeld, Director of the Brattleboro Museum and Arts Center. I really want to thank you all for doing this work with Jim, and I'm really, my mind's just swimming. I came here tonight thinking that it was going to be valuable for me to express certain things, share certain things, but now having listened for the last few hours, I feel more like most of that is stuff that you don't need me to tell you. Really grateful to Jim for the work, and I also want to say that I've unfortunately, through my work at the museum, had many, many occasions recently to be in touch with our police department, and couldn't be more grateful or impressed for the service that our police department provides. Chief Hardy, Lieutenant Petlock, and everyone there in the department. I guess what I want to say is this, what we've just heard seems like it's in the realm of getting a clearer handle on a problem, on the real nature of a problem that is a very, very complicated one, and that we all are living and we all know exists. And I think that's a super important step to take. And what I would like to ask, and I guess I'm not even sure enough about where the levers are and who can do what, so I don't even know if this is really something I should be asking the select board or the legislators behind me or who. But what I would like to put out there is that I feel very grateful to be living in a state and a community that is super compassionate and really trying so hard to help people whom our society has failed and to really address these problems at their root and in a systemic way. I and other people that I speak with feel like at the same time, I wish that there was more that law enforcement and prosecutors and judges can do to be keeping us safe on an ongoing basis. I don't think it has to be a one or the other kind of thing. I don't think it's only about providing better services and refining how we're providing services and meeting the needs of the people who are in distress. I believe that can continue to happen, and I would like that to continue to happen, while there's also more tools given to the police and prosecutors and judges to make our streets and our homes and our cars and our places of business safer.
Thanks, Danny.
Thank you.
Yeah. Kate?
Kate Traskis, Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. Definitely echo the sentiment that Danny just shared. And I think that my question is really around, the data that's presented about our high flyers really needing services. How do we better align those services? Presumes that these individuals would want to receive those services. And I think we have a small group of characters that we all know and recognize, primarily downtown, who are not interested in services and who are not clients of our organizations. And so my question is, what is happening in that scenario? Because they are the ones that make people feel uncomfortable and unsafe. And in my experience, are the ones who are causing a lot of this harm on the community, and are also giving others a bad rap and a bad name. Who are folks that need services and who are working with agencies for help. And so we know that it's not one homogenous group, right? And And I worry about the compassion fatigue that seems to be setting in. And I think that there is also now, the balance is off downtown. And so where you would see individuals that you can identify are in distress or need some support, you also see individuals who are downtown because they are working or shopping or doing other activities. And now you're seeing less, right? So and I don't know what came first. I don't know if there are more people in distress, and so it's hard to see others, or if they're just, I'm not saying that right, but you get the point, right? Like the balance is off. And folks our business folks are repeatedly saying, our customers are not coming downtown, local folks are not coming downtown, and the perception of safety or lack of safety, it feels, is at an all-time high. And so that's what we're really wrestling with, I think, on a day-to-day basis. And I wonder what we do in that scenario, again, with that smaller group of individuals. It's really harmful.
Yeah, thanks, Kate. What I heard from your question is really what can be done with folks that don't want to connect with social services, and I wonder if that's something that Assistant Chief Evans will want to speak to in a little bit. I'm going to take a few more questions just now. Thanks. Tom?
Thank you. I'm Tom Bodette. I'm the founder of Hat Space Community Workshop, and I own the High Street and Green Art Center downtown. And this is probably more of a comment than a question, and maybe, John, you will get to the answer to this when you talk about next steps. What I've noticed in the last really couple months is this, the problem that we all understand has been building and building, but it really felt like it has reached an unsustainable place of frustration and hopelessness amongst my colleagues and friends who are also running their organizations and businesses downtown. The feeling being that why isn't somebody doing something about this? And I felt differently. I'm more plugged into the network. I live with the chairman of the board of Groundworks Collaborative. I've talked to Jim back last winter. I attended the symposium on April 30th, and I had heard about all of the things that all of the various agencies and what have you were working on. And I had hope, because what I came away from the April 30th event understanding was that there was a lot of smart, powerful, resourceful, and compassionate people working on the problem. And I find myself lately being kind of a minister to my frustrated friends downtown. It's like, just wait, listen, there's stuff happening. And so I guess my comment is there needs to be regular, on-the-ground communication to people. They just don't know what we're doing, what you're doing. And they're overworked, they're underpaid, they're worried about their businesses. All they see is what they see. And the thought is, why isn't somebody doing something about this? And so my feeling is, going forward, as we start implementing these changes, that resources be put toward that communication factor. I mean, I know it's the hardest thing to do. We're all so busy doing our jobs, we don't have time telling anybody what it is we're doing. But that has to be a priority, I think, for the downtown business community particularly, and the people who live downtown, to understand that there is hope, that there are solutions. They are going to take a while, but it's being worked on. And if there was a weekly, a daily, a resource where people could understand what progress is being made or not being made, things that are being tried, things that are in the pipeline, I think it would help tremendously. Because I felt a whole lot better this last 2 months than anybody I know did. The only reason for that is because I knew that stuff was happening. I think I can't stress enough that communication would be really, really valuable to those of us living it here.
Great, thank you, appreciate that. In the front row here. Gemma, thanks. I don't know everybody's name, just some.
Okay. My name is Gemma Champoli. I work for Experience Goods, which is a store that raises money for Brattleboro Area Hospice, and we are in Ground Central downtown. And I have a couple of things to say. One is I really appreciate the information. It didn't come of any surprise to those of us who are on the ground. It made perfect sense. It wasn't a surprise to me. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate all the work that people are doing to solve these very difficult problems. What I want to say personally as a comment, and I guess maybe there's a question in there, is that those of us who are working downtown every day and trying to do good work and run a nonprofit business, we're really burnt out. We're getting really burnt out because the work that you're doing isn't really filtering down to us at this point. So the burnout, and I appreciated you saying that because that's really how it feels. I've been working downtown for many years, have never been afraid. I've been, working on some of these issues myself with my organization, and I have never felt this burnt out. I have never been afraid, and I have been afraid recently. For me, it's great that these conversations happen with the people who provide services, who are in the business of helping some of these folks that are in distress, the police department. But those of us downtown aren't part of that conversation, and it doesn't impact what we're trying to do every day. I start my day with my partner cleaning up needles in front of our store every day. I saw someone shooting up in the brook behind our store, and I basically stood there at the end of the day to see if she was going to fall in the river and drown. I mean, those are not normal work situations. And yes, I could call the police, but I stood there to make sure she didn't drown. How are we getting the assistance that we need to deal with these we're not social workers, we're not the police department, we're not those people, but we're dealing with those issues. And I'm tired, and I need help to go to work every day to deal. We now drive around to make sure we can get out of our car safely. I mean, I thought leaving the transportation center was going to be an improvement, and it is to some degree, but the issues are there. They're not just at the transportation center, it's just in our downtown. So thank you for the work you're doing, and we need more help.
Thanks,
those
Jim.
of us who are in it every day. Yeah.
Thanks, Jim. Yeah.
Bethany.
Hi, Bethany. I thought it was. I just didn't want to get it
You just
wrong.
say the person with the crazy dress.
No, it's very nice.
Hi, I'm Bethany Randquist. I am here this evening representing New England Youth Theater, NEYT, which is on the corner of Flat Street and Elm downtown, for those that don't know. Seems like there's a lot of Flat Street representation here this evening, and I know part of that might be because the chair of our board, Bo Ford, has been reaching out to a lot of businesses in that area and is hopefully forming a sort of unofficial committee because we're, as the previous speaker was just saying, we're really struggling. I do want to start my comments by just saying that as a board, we've had really significant discussion about approaching this problem with gentleness and respect and understanding. And also, I mean, we're a youth theater that does children's programming for kids from ages 8 to 18, and our campus isn't safe anymore. It's the first summer that we haven't been able to run outdoor programming because every morning our staff, just like at Experience Goods, has to come in and actually clear people who are sleeping on our property away. They're coming in early just so that they can clear camping away and pick up needles and trash and other items. And we still aren't sure that it's safe for our kids to just go on our beautiful lawn space out in front of our theater and participate in their camps. So we can't use our space the way that we want to. And our entire audience, our entire population that we work with is children. We're finding that kids can't access our space just to get to it for rehearsals from school because they can't take the bus from BUHS down to get to us because they can't get off at the transportation center and walk safely to us, and their parents don't want them to do that. Speaking as a parent of an NEYT student, I don't want her to do that. We used to be able to, on show days, as recently as last year, this isn't me going back to my I've lived here since I was born days. But as recently as last year, our kids could walk from NEYT as a group over to the co-op to get lunch in between their afternoon and evening shows. And we have stopped that, and we don't allow them to leave the property, not even with a staff member. It's a very real and a very concerning problem. I know you're hearing it from everybody. I'm not trying to doomsday. I actually am very grateful for the information we're getting tonight. I'm grateful for all the stuff that's happening, but I do need to say that on a very practical level, we need help yesterday. We did reach out. The Brattleboro police have been great about, they said, sure, we'll jump in and we'll come down in the mornings and, try to clear people away for camping so that our staff doesn't have to do that. Because in light of some of the incidents that have happened, that's a significant risk that we as an organization have to take on liability-wise. If I'm asking my staff people to go out into a situation where recently there was a stabbing, there was also a threatening with a knife of somebody just, right in that area, like I'm asking a staff person to do that. So what does that mean for liability for our for our company, our organization? And there's only so much that we can take on financially. We're a nonprofit, children's youth theater. There's not that much that we can pour into this and still stay afloat. It feels very sad, and I just want to say that I see that there's so much work happening. I see that there's stuff happening at the state level. I'm not discounting what's happening here, but I also when we're talking as a Flat Street group about do we pool our money so that we can hire our own private security organization that could then, come and camp and, police the area because we're that desperate for solutions. We need help in a real way, like something. And I don't have a solution, but I felt called to get up and speak, and I'm here representing this amazing organization. And I also want to point out that on Flat Street, and I'm talking a long time, I'm going to be done in a minute, but there are two nonprofit organizations on Flat Street that serve a significant number of our youth in this area. There's the Boys and Girls Club and there's NEYT. And if we as a community want to make sure that our youth and our students don't choose activities and behaviors that are unhealthy as they're getting into the middle school and high school level, then the opportunities that we provide them, there's not a ton for our teens. Sorry, grew up here. I know what it's like. But we've got this amazing Boys and Girls Club, and we've got NEYT, and we've got some amazing opportunities. And two of those huge, great, healthy outlets for kids, they aren't safe outside of the door of that space. Like, what does that say to our kids, and how do we fix that? It's a epidemic. I don't want to use that, but it's real, and we need help.
Thanks, Bethany.
Thank you.
You heard,
Thank you.
Yeah. So Assistant Chief Evans is going to give a presentation. I think it would be important to hear from him, and then maybe there'll be some time for questions after that. And this was like the biggest thing I wanted to accomplish tonight, to make plenty of space for this conversation. I know it's really hard. I know that there's really strong feelings. I think, everything that you're telling us is helpful, even if we don't have direct answers for some of those things. So Assistant Chief Evans, Mr. Baker, are you finished over there?
I'm finished.
You want to hang out with Jeremy while he does his presentation as well?
I'll sit with the Deputy Chief while he does his presentation.
Yeah. And so, Assistant Chief, is it Assistant Chief or Deputy Chief? I feel like it's Assistant Chief. I thought so. Yeah. It's more parallel rather than above. All right, take it away.
First of all, thank you on behalf of the Chief and everyone in our department. Thank you to the Select Board for having us here today. Really appreciate everyone from the community, either here or on Zoom, showing up for this conversation. It's unbelievably important to me, and I think it's very important to everyone in the community as well. I have some positive news I think I'm going to give you here. I've heard a lot of the concerns that you spoke today. They're not new to me. I feel a lot of them as well. I've been in this community for around 30 years, whether living in it or working in it or both. So it's not just a job, like I feel it. It's part of what I do as well. So we have a few things. We have our, just to try and keep me on track, if you want to go to the next slide, Vanna, thank you. So some of the positive here I have for you is just to look at when we're going to talk about some of the data, I want to show where some of it comes from. So a year ago, your department was down 10 officers, which is a lot for us. That was almost half our department missing. So you can imagine what that does to us, just trying to deploy resources to places that need the resources and when they need the resources. That's an exceptionally difficult thing that we were working on. With the chief's strong leadership and with assistance from our human resources here in the town, we've put a ton of focus on not just hiring officers, but hiring officers that we want to have in town. It's, as all of you business owners know, it's one thing just to hire somebody. It's another thing to hire someone that you're confident or you're reasonably confident is going to be a really good employee. So that's the focus we've had. As of today, while we're down 8 still, we had 2 that we picked up over the last year that we got through training. 30 seconds, our training takes about a year for you from when you start to get hired to when you graduate from field training and you're allowed to be a police officer on your own in town. It's about a year's worth of time there that you're employed by the department, but you're not allowed to do, either you're not here because you're at the academy or you're not allowed to do policing on your own because it's an extremely important job. We want to make sure you're doing it correctly. So at that time last year, we had our one HCRS police liaison, which we had just gotten, which was Knowles Wentworth, who's been a godsend to us. I think everyone in this room appreciates that man. Moving forward to now, we're down 8, which actually looks worse than it is because we have 5 people that are finishing their final weeks of training right now and will be on their own, patrolling on their own the end of this summer. So that and all those seem to be tracking well. You never know for certain, but everything seems to be tracking very well with them, which is very exciting to all of us because of the resources that provides for us to be able to then use and deploy throughout town. And with that, which the colonel also mentioned, that we were able to get 2 more police liaisons through HCRS, which is absolutely fantastic. We have one already employed, Kira Rideout, who's been doing some great work downtown. I think many of you have probably met her at this point. And we are in the hiring process for a 3rd, which I think is still open. So if you know anyone that might be interested, feel free to let them know to apply for it through HCRS. You can get it on their website. So that's where we are staffing wise. Next slide, Patrick. So last year to this year, this is for the first 6 months of the year. So this is January through June of 2023 and January through June of 2024. All the data I'm going to give you over these next few slides is those 2 blocks, just so you can see a side-by-side comparison of how things have progressed. Our call volume has gone up by a little over 800 calls for that period of time, which is a significant number. I think there's a combination of reasons for that honestly I think include what Jim said, but also include many of the things that the community said here tonight about why those numbers could have increased. I don't think there's any one specific reason for it. These are just a few of our more significant calls for service that we see every year that provide some pretty qualitative data for us. For the major crimes that we're investigating, that we have to put a lot of resources into. Most of them speak for themselves there. The key one that I did want to mention was the welfare check welfare checks cover like a wide berth. It could be you live in Nevada and you haven't been able to get a hold of your mom for a couple days who lives in town, and we send someone over to check on her and make sure she's okay. Or it could be you have a friend that's in a really bad place mentally and is threatening suicide, and you need someone to go over and intercede in that. Or anything in between in there, really. So last year, we only had the one police liaison, so the officers were doing the vast majority of those calls. And the year before, they were doing all of them, which takes a considerable amount of time and sometimes a considerable amount of resources. And now with Noel's on board and then with Kira being brought into the fold, they're taking over almost half of those for us, even though they've gone up some this year. They've either taken them over completely, which was a fair amount of those, they'll take themselves and go handle without a police officer, which is great when they're comfortable enough when they get information on a call that they're able to handle those things themselves, I think is really important and useful. Or handling those in conjunction with a police officer, so they'll have an officer go just to make sure a scene is safe for them before they go in and do what they can do. But that has been significant help for us in that regard. Next slide. So the positive part that comes with our staffing starting to increase is that we've had more time to do what we call proactive work for our officers, so where we can either deploy them, where we get information from the community, which is one of the reasons why, like Fish said, it's extremely important for people to report things, even if something has already happened, even if it's something you don't think we can do anything about. That kind of data is important for us when we're deciding where to deploy people and how to deploy people, what resources to deploy to different areas of town. So our traffic stops have gone up through either directed patrols, where we send officers out to specific areas where we know there's traffic problems. Historically, has been traffic problems, or where community members have called. The traffic committee has called us and said, we're having problems here with this stop sign or speeding on this road. Can you provide some additional resources for it? In the not so recent past, or not so far past, we haven't had the resources to really do much of that. So we're getting to the point now where we have the resources to start being able to do that, which is a very positive thing for community safety in general, and also has the side benefit of, like, we getting cruisers out, we're waving the flag, which is really important for town. Foot patrols, you can see, went up quite a bit. Our foot patrols are almost entirely focused downtown. So the foot patrols, that is uniform police officers in the downtown area almost exclusively. We have occasional ones that are in neighborhoods, but most of that is vehicle driven. The downtown, obviously, the downtown area is where the vast majority of our foot patrols are. So that's a lot. We spend a lot of officer hours downtown with foot patrols. I know it's hard. Like, you're not necessarily always going to see them. Like, they're not always going to be there when you're there. But I can tell you, we're putting a lot of personnel hours into the downtown area. The directed vehicle patrols are the same thing. That's more of, like I just talked about with the traffic stops, where we have directed enforcement in various places where we know that there's problems, usually vehicle-related problems. And the other one that I put on there because it gave a good indication of how we're moving forward is that last year we were only able to do 2 sex offender checks for the registry. The registry will call us and say, can you do, we haven't heard from this individual. They're supposed to check in every 6 months, and they haven't checked in. Can you send someone to check on them to make sure they're still abiding by their standards for the registry? This year, we've had the officers available to do 36 of those so far for them, just to check and make sure that our offenders are at least complying with what they have to comply with, which I think is really good. We've gotten some we've gotten some good catches out of that, which has been very good, to say the least. Next slide. So to go along with what Jim has mentioned, I have the next two slides are specifically location and personnel. So location data, this is where our top 10 spots that we've had for calls for the first half of 23 and the first half of 24. Most of it kind of speaks for itself. You can see where our officers are spending the largest majority of their time here. North End, when I say the North End Plaza, South End Plaza, that's the Hannaford lot and the Market 32 lot. But I didn't put Hannaford and Market 32 because they didn't go to Hannaford for all 113 of those. I don't think that's fair to Hannaford's. There's a lot of businesses there, and the same with Market 32. So just to those two plazas, those are two major plazas in town, obviously, that we see a lot of. Obviously, we see a lot of activity at. Especially the South End one has a hotel right off of it that I know we receive fairly regular complaints about. So there's some of that traffic there as well. BTC is the transportation center, parking garage, just in case anyone didn't know. BMH is the Brattleboro Memorial Hospital. Next slide. So person data here, a little confusing, but give me a chance. So I don't have names up there for you because I don't want to cause that kind of controversy today. So we have here is the top 10 involvements we had for first half of 23 and first half of 24. So first half of 23, the 44, that person, we had 44 contacts with that person in the first half of 23. The only duplicate name for those 2 years are the ones at asterisk. So the fourth person in 23 had 31 contacts. And then for 2024, they're actually at the top of our list for the first half with 63. On the list for 2024, the additional data that's there, so when I say services, those individuals I was able to confirm are receiving some sort of services from an outreach group in town. Could be one outreach group, it could be multiple outreach groups. But I know that those individuals are actually receiving some level of service from some of the organizations in town. The C, those people have criminal court-ordered conditions. So you can see the majority of them have been arrested and have conditions of release from the court. The A is the times that they've been arrested. So the top person we have on the list there, just to go through that person's list, is that person has been trespassed from 19 different locations in town. They're almost all downtown. And unfortunately, many of those are service providers in town. So that person causes such a significant problem where they're at that they end up not even being welcome at local service provider places, which creates a huge problem, obviously. That person has conditions of release from the court, and we've arrested them 10 times so far this year. So the next person down, that's been arrested one time and have conditions of release. The next one with 49 contacts, 22 trespass warnings, so they're trespassed from 22 locations, primarily downtown. Also trespassed from most of the social service locations in town, which causes significant difficulty in getting them services, obviously. And they've been arrested and have conditions. The next one is on probation and parole. All the ones that I put trespasses next to are all trespass from various places in town, but also are trespass from service providers in town. So there's kind of a pattern that you'll see with that. The only person we had one person that's not involved in any of those things that managed to make it onto the top 10. That actually isn't connected to any services whatsoever, and doesn't want to be. But that's how our breakdown is for the first half of this year.
Thanks, Assistant Chief Evans.
You're welcome.
And Chief Hardy. Okay, so board members, questions, comments on their presentation? Liz?
Well, thank you, Jeremy. You know, you could definitely see the budding correlation between what Jim's talking about and your data. And, you know, I'm hopeful that this data will bring those resources to the fore. I don't know what you do with the people who are trespassed away from services. Like, that's the conundrum that we have, because otherwise, you know, we're projecting that we're all going to get together and solve these problems. But some problems are beyond our plan to solve them.
Great. I want to build on that. So, like, I think so Liz and I attended what was not a public meeting on Friday. We saw the names of those folks, and I work for a social services agency. I hear people actually in our community recently really reviling social service agencies as if we're actually the cause of some problem, rather than people that are engaged in very meaningful work in the community every day. And I don't want to get into that conversation too much, but I think that what was really wonderful about Friday was we had a lot of really important players and powerful leaders of organizations in the room, and we were looking at real information that made us have some quite difficult conversations. And I think one difficult conversation that we need to have and be grounded in the reality of the data is, so here's the name of this person who is trespassed at this place, this place, this place, this place, this place, and we know that they need these kinds of services. And so what can we do as a group of people who are working together to try and make a better, safer Brattleboro to actually meet that person's needs so that they are not causing chaos in our community? You know, that is the conversation that we need to keep having. And I think that when we talk about next steps, that's one of the things that I'm at least committed to doing, and I know that you are, John. And so I really appreciate this focus on, like, what is actually happening, not in an anecdotal sense, like, you know, but in this is the name of that person, this is where these things happened, this is who we know is connected with that person, and what can we do about it? You know, so I think remaining grounded in that stuff, it's okay. Could potentially make a bigger impact than we've been able to do so far. And I really appreciate the presentation's focus on prior conditions and where we are today. And I think that, you know, whilst things are not rosy, right? We can say that the police department is making some strides, and it's really appreciated. Other board members.
Could I just add something to
Sure.
that, Daniel? I appreciate it. That I think the importance comes in what you mentioned was the accountability and the collaboration that we can try and instill throughout the community, because I think that's those two things are going to be what really drives this. But I also don't want to forget that I did hear a little bit of disappointment in our legislative delegation, and while I won't disagree, sometimes I feel that way. They did get us the vehicle trespass, which has been a huge help for us. We used that within the first couple days. We made an arrest within the first couple days of that coming out, and that was extremely helpful and beneficial for us, because I think that's been a recurring huge problem that we've dealt with. So that is a positive thing that's coming forward. When people are worried about, this is great, but what are we doing? Like, that's something we did. That's something our legislative delegation did, and we really appreciated. And something that Nader mentioned, I believe it was you, so I apologize if I get it wrong, but the looking at pretrial services, that's something that we as a town group have talked about wanting to really get addressed. How can we work on what's happening while these people are awaiting trial? Because that's been a huge problem for us. So hearing that that's being worked on actively is very reassuring, and I certainly appreciate that.
Thanks, Jeremy. Okay, Franz, and then Richard, and then whomever.
Thank you, Daniel. Good evening, Assistant Chief. So I've been talking to people the past week, as probably most of us have, and hearing very loud and clear the same kinds of sentiments that we heard tonight. And I'm not sure how to phrase this, but I think we need to do something. I think we need to do something now. And I don't know what it is. And I can imagine different things. I don't know how helpful they would actually be. But I think the time has come to take action to improve the situation, to address the pleas, the screams I'm hearing from people about the problems facing our downtown. There's been a proposal. I first heard from Beaufort last week, but I'm hearing it again tonight, that private security be hired to patrol the Flat Street area. And to me, that area is clearly a real priority. Both the two youth-centered organizations and then, the other businesses and the museum, which are right basically at the end of Flat Street. And I don't know whether private security would make a difference. I hear that, and I think public safety is one of our unavoidable responsibilities. It's one of our responsibilities, and we need to do something. And, it's great to talk about all the sort of longer-term solutions, of which I can think there are a number. But I think we need to do something now. And I'd ask you, gentlemen, is there something that we can do now that we're not already doing? What are the chances it would work? Would it help people feel better about the situation? And what would it cost? What resources would you need in order to do those things? I don't know if you have an answer to that, but it's what I'm wrestling with and have been wrestling with for the past week or so, because I hear the urgent need for doing something that will at least help people feel better about what's going on. So I would pose that question.
Thanks, Franz. You guys are interrogated if you choose to be.
I'm not trying to cop out of the question here, but I don't...
It's a tough one.
Well, it is. But my role is not to create policy or give policy suggestions to the town. I mean, my role is to provide that technical assistance, and I continue to have that conversation with John and the assistant chief and the chief and the other folks in the community. And I certainly don't want to speak for the police department.
John?
Yeah, I might want to just point out, Franz, in one of the interesting slides that Jeremy had up there, you saw the top areas where we're needing police response are not downtown.
Just be a little bit louder.
It's at the Quality Inn, it's at the North and South Plazas, it's all over town. It's not just on Flat Street. And that's the challenge a big challenge for our police department is how do you respond all over town and provide what we need downtown as well? And so it's balancing that is a super big challenge that we're trying to figure out how to do that effectively. And very aware of the need to address law enforcement in multiple areas across town. We think through some of these efforts that we're making, we'll be able to come up with better solutions, maybe that involve the community more, maybe that involve some of the resources that we have downtown better, and to make some additional strides in the downtown as well as taking care of activity across the rest of Brattleboro.
Thanks, John. Let's go to Richard.
I want to address what John just said.
Well, that's great. I'm going to go to Richard, and I'll come back to you.
Great, thank you.
I want to make an observation, but I want to just kind of preface it because it's probably a lot of people aren't going to want to hear this, but I've worked 45 years as a nurse in Windham County in a variety of settings. In the last few years, when I was working, I did case management with a lot of the very difficult people in this area, changing dressings in the Preston parking lot and providing nursing kind of care to people on the street in Brattleboro, and I did that for quite a while. But what I want, and we have a very compassionate community, and we have to continue with that compassion. But I think that there's something that we have to keep in mind, and that is that in relationship to the list that you presented of the people who are the primary offenders over again.
Most involved.
What?
Most involved.
Most involved.
Not necessarily offenders.
There's always going to be a certain percentage of people among that population that don't want to be helped. And you don't want to give up on people, but I think people who work in the human service field know that there are certain people that no matter what you do, you're not going to change their behavior. They're not going to change. And I don't think there's any magic percentage or any way to label anybody, but I think we have to keep in mind that kind of recognition that no matter how hard you work, there's always going to be that group of people. And it's going to frustrate you, and it's going to make everybody feel like they're doing a lousy job. But that's the reality of the world we live in.
Thanks, Richard. Peter, do you want to say something? And then Franz will come back to you.
So, we've heard from everybody in here that everybody is kind of, the message falls in line. That there are a lot of people who are genuinely unhoused and are not on that path because they choose to be on that path, or just on that path because something put them on that path. And I think that they get conflated with some of the problematic people that you've mentioned that refuse not to get help. These are the people that kind of show up over and over and again. I was talking with the assistant chief, several weeks ago, and having one of these sort of data-driven conversations. And I can't remember the exact context, but I do remember that you said that there were 7 people you responded to, and of those 7 people that you responded to, the number of responses were 81 times to 7 people. And the piece of that struck me were that 5 of them had residences. They had a place where they could go and sleep at night, and 4 of them did not. So these numbers are big, and they're unwieldy, and we don't know how to do it. But I think as a community, we sort of have to be safe of and avoiding just trying to demonize anybody that might look like that, because they're not all like that. And I think that speaks to being compassionate and kind of understanding the difference between somebody who has got ill intent versus somebody who has a mental illness. And sometimes those are one and the same people, and that's something that we have to suss out in real time, and that's left to the professionals. And I know that the frustrations are there, and I've often said over and over again that the one thing democracy doesn't do is it doesn't move quickly. And that even includes on this board's purview. Nothing moves quickly. What's happening to our community just didn't happen overnight. It happened slowly. It didn't get here quickly. It's just right now we are just at this frustration point of seeing it overwhelmingly, and it becoming more brazen and more in front of us, and the videos that are sent to me on almost a daily basis of things, and me trying to get them to redirected to the people who can actually do something about it. So that's put me on that tirade. We are working as a staff. I've been working with John, I've been working with the chief, I've been working with the assistant chief, I've been working with Attorney Fisher on creating something that will give our police department more of an ability to actually affect some of the change that has been frustrating us. And again, none of this happens quickly because there are higher powers that are at work here and things that we have to pay attention to as we're rolling these things out. But they are being worked on. I'm sorry they're not being worked on faster. It was one of the things I intended to do when I got elected last year, and it's all I'm focusing on this year.
Thanks, Peter. Franz, you had an additional comment you want to make?
Yeah, John was just saying that, there's problems all over and everybody can't be every place at the same time. But it brings to my mind, the proposal is private security downtown. Maybe that's an answer. Depends on the resources available, et cetera. But I'm wondering, even with our newly recruited officers, do we have a big enough police force? Do we need to enlarge the force? There's been a suggestion to put a substation in the transportation center or somewhere downtown. I would like to see something like that maybe. It would be very expensive. It would mean an increase in our budget. I'd like to see officers on foot, on bicycles downtown a lot more. I don't know if that's an answer, but at least it's an idea. And I'd love to hear from people who know more about this, whether that's really a realistic thought or not, and should we be talking about something like that?
Yeah, I think some ideas along those lines, the administration will be prepared to bring to the board for consideration in the FY26 budget as you're developing your budget this fall. A number of possibilities along the lines of what you're saying are things that we can definitely bring forward and give you an estimate of how much that would increase taxes. We know that tax increases are not something you guys want to do, and so we're reluctant to do too much in that area, but we can certainly bring you options, Franz, that give you some choices along those lines.
Thanks, John. Yep.
Thank you.
Liz?
Well, I just wanted to reiterate the synergy that I heard between what Jim was proposing regarding the data and having social services be accountable, and Jeremy's data that identified those people that we need to address in our town right now. And I think we need to put that solution in place and see what happens. And this is, the hive mind that has decided that this would be a good solution, and we need to give it a chance.
Great. Assistant Chief.
To go off of what Liz just said, but also to speak directly to Richard and Franz, those people are probably going to get arrested, and those are the ones that get the criminal justice system. The people that don't want the services, don't want help from the community, don't want anyone to tell them what to do, and don't want to abide by the social construct that we have here, those people are going to get arrested. And they'll get arrested enough times probably that they'll go to jail. That's what the system's for. We try and, working with the service providers we have in town, we try and minimize the amount of people that happens to, because if we can do some interaction with them early on maybe, and get them focused on some treatment or some other things, whatever package we can give them to maybe steer them away from having to go through the criminal justice system, I think we all recognize that that's a positive long term for everyone. And to Franz, I would say we are doing something right now. What you're looking at here isn't just stuff we're throwing up on a pretty picture for people to look at and say that's really cool. We're actually basing our operational decisions off of the data that we're showing you today. I'm not going to sit here and describe to everyone what operational decisions we're making on a daily basis, because I don't think that would be constructive for us as far as the police force, on like sitting here and telling people how we're deploying, when we're deploying, and who we're deploying, and where they're going to be, because I think that would be really counterproductive. But I can tell you that this is data we're actually using on a daily basis to deploy our officers in the most effective and efficient ways we can. And maybe it doesn't always work as well as we want it to, but it is something, it's different, it's new to us, and we've dove in with it, and we're working very hard at making it effective.
Thank you, Assistant Chief Evans. I really appreciate that. I'd like to hear from the public about Assistant Chief Evans's presentation. Questions, comments? Mary?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mary Freihoffner, Advanced Skincare Solutions. I own a business in downtown Brattleboro. I've been in business for 20 years, 15 years in Philadelphia. Just really quickly, couple comments. One is I've had 3 incidents in 5 years in Brattleboro in my salon that were unsafe, including a door being smashed in and somebody coming in and scoping and asking me, just 3 unsafe situations. And actually in Philadelphia, I had 0. And even in Philadelphia, I had multiple employees. So it feels like this culture of just like socially disruptive behavior happening, and that it's somehow okay. Like that somebody thinks they can come upstairs into my salon and say inappropriate, scary things and smash my window, and somebody else come in and say something even like, it seems like a culture of, that like it's okay for really kind of rampant, bad, scary behavior in Brattleboro. Even like smoking on the sidewalk, drinking on the sidewalk. I've seen somebody, smoking crack in the transportation center. Like in Philadelphia, you don't see that actually in the downtown. It's not, somehow it's managed. I don't know how. But my question is, sorry to be out of breath. So I'm an acne specialist, so I sometimes have parents bringing in their kids. And the other day, a mother, they were late, and she texted me and she said, "I'm so sorry, we're late. I don't feel safe getting out of my car with my daughter, and we're just driving around trying to find a place that seems safe to get out of our car." And so my question was, there was a security guard at the transportation center. I know I felt safer, whether it's perceived safety, real safety, I don't know. But I'm wondering what happened to that security guard that was there for months. It was great. I loved seeing him. And then my other comment is, it says here, and Senator Hashim said it, the certainty of being caught is the most proven effective way to control crime. And so how do we create in Brattleboro a certainty of being caught? It seems to me patrolling, walking around, cameras. Could we provide maybe resources, finances to the businesses to put cameras in our doors? To me it seems like a physical presence of law and cameras would be super helpful.
Thanks, Mary. Assistant Chief, you want to speak to the security guard question?
I can, but I see that the chief has her hand up.
Oh.
And if I could delegate my time to her.
Let's recognize the chief.
Yes.
All right. Chief Hardy, you're recognized.
Hello.
Thanks for joining us.
Yes, I've been listening most of the night. So first of all, I want to thank my assistant chief. Good job, assistant chief, and thank you, Jim, for what you presented. I just want to make a statement. I understand, listening to the last person that spoke. First off, we still have the security guard. Unfortunately, the security company has not been able to supply them on a regular basis. That company that we employ is Securitas, and they do have other contracts within the town. So we have some of the guys that we utilize, particularly the 2 that we use downtown, have other jobs and cannot always be available to come and fulfill our spots downtown. That's something that they've also been struggling with as far as the amount of people that they can supply for us to have, but we still have that contract, and we do try to supply a security guard as much as we can. I will say that listening to some of the statements made, one of them being that about the worried about
Chief Hardy, we're losing your audio. Maybe stop the video, that might help. Folks, stand by. We are.
I don't totally agree with that, because we catch people quite often here in Brattleboro. We catch them, we arrest them. Okay.
Sorry, yeah, we
Yes?
had an
Can you hear
audio
me?
problem. you might want to go back a little bit. You talked about the security
Can you hear
guard,
me?
and then you were addressed. We can hear you.
Okay, yeah, because my video already says that it's off.
Yeah, I
Thinking that
think
it's off
Patrick
on
might
you
have turned it
guys.
off.
Okay,
Yeah,
so what I was
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Okay.
Contract
Chief Hardy, we can't hear you right now. We'll figure it out.
Mine is off.
I don't know how that's going to work. We have Chief Hardy on the phone right now, literally on that cell phone.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so I don't know if
So we could go to next steps, one of which will be.
yeah. Can we take care of that, please, Patrick?
I'm sorry, sir?
So Chief Hardy is like still talking, but
You want me to
we
shut off
can't
the
hear
mic?
her. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. And, you know.
All right.
So we were hearing from the public. Thank you, Mary, for your comment. It's heard, and I think Chief Hardy did have something to say, and we'll get back to that. Let's hear from Danny, and then from Frick, and then we're going to maybe see what time it is. I want to get to next steps. That's really important. We have a couple of other things to attend to, but I want to make as much space for this as we can.
And Penny.
Yes, thank you.
Penny Wilner has had her hand up for a very long time.
Yes, I noticed that, and I see her. Would you like to speak, or would you?
Yes. So there are a few things that came up in the Assistant Chief's presentation that I wanted to respond to. Franz, you asked the Assistant Chief about the...
If you wouldn't mind addressing the question to me.
Daniel, Franz asked the
Thank you.
Assistant Chief about whether perhaps hiring private security on Flat Street could be useful. And I just want to say that from the perspective of the museum and our colleagues down there that I've been speaking with, absolutely. I mean, we're already trying to think whether we, with our nonprofit budgets, can somehow figure out how to afford that ourselves, which, spoiler alert, we really can't. And so if the town could somehow assist with that, that would be great. And I hear what the town manager was saying about there being these other hotspots like the Quality Inn and so on, and we have to figure out how to balance all that. But the Quality Inn is not where the kids who ought to be able to go outside at NEYT are being forced to stay inside, and the kids who should be able to safely go to the Boys and Girls Club are not being able to do that. So even though it might not be as high up on the list, I think that really might be an area to give some more resources and attention to. One of the slides that the Assistant Chief put up showed that somebody had been arrested, if I understood correctly, 10 times in the first 6 months of 2024. I honestly would not have thought that it was like technically possible to get arrested 10 times within a 6-month period, because I would have thought that at a certain point you've gotten arrested enough times that you're not back out on the streets able to get arrested again. And that just makes me wonder, is that a problem with our courts or is that a problem with our laws? But it seems like it's got to be one of those if you can somehow manage to get yourself arrested 10 times in 6 months. And I would assume that's not a problem with the police doing their job. So I hope our legislators will be asking that question. Is this something that we have some control over as legislators so that that can't be happening? And if you think it's appropriate, I would be curious to hear from the Assistant Chief. If there were one or two things that, he could wave a magic wand and that could change to make to enable the police to be more effective in their work, what would those things be? Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to hold on to that question, hear from a couple more people, and then let's go to Penny. And then I'll go to you, Frick.
Hi, I don't know. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah. Hi, Penny.
Hi. So, I've listened to this all evening, and yes, it is pretty depressing, the state of the situation in Brattleboro. And as you know, I did write a letter to all of you guys on the select board. And I think you would agree that a lot of what I wrote was pretty parallel to what we've heard tonight. And clearly, there's an enormous number of people who are being affected by the situation there. But nobody has actually mentioned, what effect it's having on the downtown economy. And I do think I would like to go back to that again, because I know it probably isn't. Well, I think it is actually one of the most important issues, because without the money that you're making from us and from the economy downtown, you wouldn't be able to be even doing the things that you're doing in Brattleboro. So I wanted to once again bring up a couple of points. One of them was, hold on, I've got my notes here. So one of them was just basically, I know that in the past we have talked about banning panhandling, and this is a subject I wanted to bring up again, because I know that there was a petition last year about panhandling, and I think that was turned down because of you being worried about what the ACLU reaction to that is. Can I ask, is there another reason why we can't try to have a ban on panhandling?
It's the Constitution.
Do you have other questions, Penny?
No, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm not the town attorney, but I've heard from the town attorney in previous meetings where we've considered limitations or restrictions that can be placed on panhandling. And my recollection of the rationale for not being able to take the kind of action that I think you're asking for is really about First Amendment rights. And so I'm not an attorney. We have a town attorney that we pay a lot of money for. I'm happy for us to hear from the town attorney again about this question. I also want to point out, honestly, and I don't mean to be glib, but I didn't see panhandling very high on the list of our major concerns. What I saw is assault, I saw larceny, I saw domestic violence, I saw sex offenses, I saw homicides. And so, yes, I get that people are upset about panhandling, and we have limited time here and limited energy, and I want to devote my limited time and energy to addressing the kinds of things that we're looking at tonight.
Daniel,
yes.
If I could just say that you're absolutely right. The Supreme Court has decided repeatedly, and it's been tested in courts from coast to coast, you cannot pass a law against panhandling because it is free speech under the United States Constitution. Furthermore, you can't limit it meaningfully except for reasons of public safety. So if you're going to pass an ordinance, it's got to be because exercising free speech in some particular place and time would be dangerous to the public safety. So it's extremely limited what you can do to even regulate where and when panhandling takes place.
Thank you. Other questions from the public? I think Frick had his hand up, and then we'll go Kate, and then Lisa, and then I want to go to next steps. And I thank you all.
I think the best answer to panhandling is for people to stop giving the money. It is very clear that it's for drugs. We have services that provide everything anybody could possibly need, including toiletries, bedding, tents, food. I wish people would get that message. There are traffic issues, perhaps, in front of places like Hannaford's and other stores where they're actually interacting with moving traffic. So that might be an area that you guys might want to consider addressing. That doesn't help the downtown problem. But what I really wanted to get up and talk about is that it seems like what we're hearing tonight is from the statistics, and I got a hint of it through Chief Hardy's comments, even though they were hard to hear, is a many decades-long complaint from various police officers over the years that I've known and talked to about this, is the tendency of the rest of the criminal justice system, particularly the courts, to indulge in this catch and release thing, which continues to cause the victims of these people to be re-victimized over and over and over again. The fact that we don't have adequate services to properly deal with people who end up in the sights of the police because of drug, mental health, whatever issues they have, does not mean that the public needs to have to suffer through the same insults over and over again. And I think there's two problems here that are getting conflated. One is one where the state, the public policy failures are causing the courts to dump people back out on the street because we don't have the proper resources. And the other one is misplaced sympathies. I think that, absolutely we should be doing a better job with people who are struggling, but that doesn't mean it's an answer to put people back out on the street over and over again who have shown an unwillingness to behave in a way that is appropriate and safe and within the law when they're out and about. I mean, we have these people who obviously have refused services and are making life uncomfortable for everybody else. And
I'm going to ask you to wrap it up.
Yeah. So let's not mix up the two. Let's deal, hold people accountable.
Okay.
Is, I guess, the answer.
Good. Thank you. Kate, then Lisa, and then I want to go back to Jeremy for a question.
Pete Traskis, downtown Brattleboro. So the downtown, different than the Quality Inn, is a place where we have an arts and cultural hub. It is the economic center, and it really is the hallmark of our communities. And so you have a designated downtown organization that's really charged with community and economic development. And we are doing that through promotion of the town, events, business support. And if that falls apart, as it feels that it's starting to, or if people begin to turn away from the downtown, as it feels that they are, I think the ripple effects of that are very great for the entire community. When you ask, what can we do now? Brattleboro is everyone's downtown. If you live in Guilford, Brattleboro's your downtown. If you live in Dummerston, Brattleboro's your downtown. And so supporting that downtown is imperative. Last weekend, we ran a promotion around sidewalk sales, and our brick and mortar stores brought their goods out onto the sidewalk, and we occupied the space, and we were in the street, and it makes a huge difference about how people experience the space and interact downtown. And so I would ask people, it's not just about Gallery Walk Friday. You need to commit to being downtown and supporting our businesses and our organizations if we want to continue to survive and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa?
Hi,
I'll make this short. I'm from the Boys and Girls Club, as most of you know, and I want to thank Franz so much for bringing. I was involved in the meeting where we talked about possibly communicating with other or collaborating with other nonprofits to hire a security guard, and that was based on years of experiences that I don't need to go into again because they've been brought up here tonight. And I heard John say that downtown is not our priority, but I want to point out that in the data that you showed us, that the one homicide that happened this year, I believe, was on Flat Street. That's serious. And that the transportation center, it is on the top 10 list, and that's downtown, and that's on Flat Street. So I want it to be a priority. I think many of us do. And so, again, we're so desperate that nonprofits that have to beg for money from our community are scraping to see if we could hire a security guard. I'd love your feedback. I'd love to understand if there are other options for us.
Lisa, if you could direct your comments to the board, please. Thanks.
Are there other suggestions? Can the town take this? Can the town be responsible for our safety? We have staff who don't want to walk to the transportation center, and I'm really disheartened to hear that our security guard is not always available. I was so excited to know that we could actually call them and our staff could be escorted to the parking garage, but now I'm hearing they're not always there. So that's a deficit, and we're paying more for parking now, so in a place that seems unsafe. So do you have some suggestions for us as nonprofits, as youth-serving organizations, as businesses on Flat Street, so that our staff feels safe and that our families feel safe to bring our kids to our organizations?
Thanks, Lisa. John, you wanted to say something?
I just wanted to respond to Lisa that I was not saying that downtown was not a priority or that it was somehow lower priority than all the other many places in Brattleboro where the police have to respond to calls. And I know you're not saying the police shouldn't respond to calls elsewhere in town. All I was saying is that they need to balance their resources across the whole town. And so it kind of led to the discussion that Franz raised up is, do we have enough resources, and should we get more? Should we raise taxes to have more resources on Flat Street or wherever the data is driving us to understand that there are issues? Now, if we're not hearing about everything that's happening in all these places, then we don't even know how bad it is, So it's hard to be responsive in a good data-driven way. But if you want to move into next steps, I could start to address.
We actually heard from Chief Hardy by text message that she would like to be recognized, and so let's hear from the police chief. I think that's a really good way to, wrap up this piece, and then we'll move on to next steps.
You think that's iPhone?
She has an iPhone, yes.
Chief Hardy, could you raise your hand on Zoom so that we know which one you are? It's not coming up with your name, I guess.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm on the iPhone. I'm on my iPhone. My computer went wacky.
So we're happy to hear from you.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm not gonna do video. Can you hear me on my mic?
Okay. Yeah, we can hear you great.
Okay. So that's what I was saying, and I just want to just recognize what I'm hearing from the people that are from downtown area. I do hear these things. I do go downtown. I walk downtown. I speak to the business owners. I know the concerns. I will say that I know it's disheartening at this time, but I just have to emphasize our conversations with the town manager are ongoing and every day, and we are trying to come up to solutions for the area of downtown. I think we will be able to present some of those things soon to the select board. And I do believe that, no one, of course, thinks that downtown is not as important as the other areas that we have to have our resources respond to. I do want to answer a comment, though, that I heard about children, because I don't want anyone to have the misconception that there are not children at these hotels. All right, because there are children at these hotels that are suffering also, that cannot come outside and play. So I want to make that clear. What also I want to make clear is the fact that I heard the senator talk about the fact that it's not true anymore that people don't come to Brattleboro to do crimes because they don't feel that they will be let go because of their age. I feel that I'm very hopeful that things are being done in legislature to help with these issues, but I don't think they've gotten to Brattleboro yet. And I don't think the word is out to the criminals that are coming here yet, that they don't come to Brattleboro and feel that they can act without recourse. Okay. And I know this, and I know that the state attorney will agree with me on this. All right. Because I do follow our cases in Brattleboro. I also will address the fact that, we are trying our best. And I think with us being able to hire the officers we've hired, it's unfortunate that it does take this much time to get them trained. But I've said this numerous times, how long it takes to get an officer and how long it takes to get a highly trained officer that will be a benefit to the community instead of the opposite. And that makes a difference also, who we want in our community that are the enforcers of the laws. And I will end with saying that when people talk about what's going on in Brattleboro, this is not something that happened, as someone stated, spur of the moment. This has been happening and happening and happening. So when you talk about things that you want, remember the history of the town. And one of the histories of the town is you did have these policies and procedures in place, and then you had the homeless revolution. That stopped the law enforcement from being able to follow a lot of these policies and procedures that were in place. And now we still have people that we do deal with them. These are the ones that will get arrested, as the assistant chief talked about. These are the ones that we do bring to court. And these are the same ones that I will see come back out and be right back in their same place within a couple of hours. So when we're covering all of these things, I want people to understand that we are just as frustrated as a bunch of you are. We are just as busy as anyone thinks we are. We are trying to keep this town safe. So when you talk about safety, we understand safety because we work diligently to try to keep this town safe. Unfortunately, we cannot be everywhere, but we are doing our best to cover all of your concerns. And as I said, I am working with the town manager to try to bring some of these points that may help your areas as well as keep the rest of the town safe also.
Thank you, Chief Hardy. Appreciate it. Okay, so folks, we've been having a conversation now. Senator Hashim.
Very quick.
Yeah, so let me just say this real quick. You can say your thing. I'm going to go to John. When we planned this agenda, I wanted to have a significant amount of space for this conversation, and I've given it an hour plus what we had originally planned. We'd already planned for it to be over an hour long. So we have a little bit more to get to. This is not the last time we're talking about this. It's not the first time we're talking about this either, So this will be something that, I guess, when we talk about next steps, you'll see how it's going to come back. So, Senator Hashim, you've got 30 seconds.
I'll make it 30 seconds. I wanted to thank the chief for her comments. I did just want to clarify. I did not state that people are no longer coming to Brattleboro to traffic drugs. Rather, the specific law for youthful offenders, youth who are trafficking drugs, it originates now in criminal court, not family court. That is the change that we made. And yes, I agree, it will take time for word to travel, but that is the law that we've changed.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Okay, so John, we're going to talk a little bit about next steps. Assistant Chief Evans, Mr. Baker, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. I'm Chief Hardy. So, John.
Yeah, okay. So I'm not going to talk much about this Brattleboro collaborative meeting that we had on Friday. It's been referenced to a few times. I'd like to come back at some point and give you a more in-depth view of what that development looks like. I've laid out for you in your backup materials on page 72 a a potential agenda for you to be considering many of these topics that we've discussed tonight, as well as related areas over the course of the summer and into the fall. And so some of these things that I'm proposing that you might want to consider at an upcoming meeting are, first of all, look at the Community Safety Review Report and more in-depth look at Brattleboro Police Department developments, some of which Chief Hardy and Assistant Chief Evans were starting to get to tonight. I do want to just say that I'm so grateful to Chief Hardy for how she has been rebuilding our police department, and we are going to see the impacts of that over the course of the next 6 to 12 months. Also, I'm really grateful to the work that Assistant Chief Evans has been doing to help us be more data-driven in terms of all of the work that we're doing from the law enforcement side. And I believe we'll be able to do the same thing on the public health side with the fire department and the EMT service as well. The second thing that we'd like to come back and talk about, Chief Hardy was alluding to, it's a review of our approach on security services. As you heard from her, it's not perfect. Us using a contractor in this case has been effective, but not as effective as we would like. So we would like to present you with potentially some options there, how we can provide better safety services downtown with some other different approaches that we've been discussing. Third thing is your priority on child safety zones and potentially doing an ordinance which could address some things around that you heard about tonight from places on Flat Street that have children there. Also, we're working very closely with Town Attorney Fisher on this and trying to do it in a way that would not be challenged and make it ineffective. So that is taking some work to do. I think it's going to be several meetings with you and discussions about what we're able to do in that space. Some of it may even be able to relate to panhandling along the lines of what Franz raised in terms of public safety. We are doing some good work on that, and I think we'll be able to bring you back something that you'll like. Then I would like Assistant Chief Evans to come back and go a little bit more in depth on the data side and the data project that he's working on. I think there's some very interesting work on that which you didn't see tonight, but which will help you understand better how the police department is driving all of their efforts and their resources based on the information that they're collecting in the Valcor system. The fifth thing addresses one of the things that Tom Bodette raised. As you know, we had a community safety fair last year. We would like to discuss with the select board efforts to plan a second annual community safety fair and add a component that Dick DeGray had let us know was missing from last year's, which was some sort of forum to go along with that so that we can hear, so that people can hear and understand about all the good social services efforts that are going on, but also have a chance to respond to that and provide information that providers aren't necessarily hearing every day. Then the next point is we would like to invite Turning Point to give us an update here and some of the initiatives that they're working on from the drug addiction standpoint. We're proposing that you have a discussion with our Human Services Committee about allocation of human services funding by the town. Right now, the town is investing close to $500,000 a year in human services. We need to understand how we can work together and collaborate with the Human Services Committee to potentially direct that to some of the areas that we're seeing from a data standpoint may need more help, and wondering if you might have a conversation with them about how we might possibly do that, or if it's even possible. We would like to give you an update on the HCRS Police Liaison Program, which has been going very well. We'd like to give you a little bit more in-depth look on that and get your feedback on ways to improve that program if there are any. Then we would like to have Jim Baker come back and talk to you a little bit more about this situation table training that he's been talking about, which I think is a really good potential for giving us
Patrick, can you take care of the Zoom bombers, please?
A much stronger foundation for how we're approaching these issues in Brattleboro. And then finally, we would like to bring you regular updates on what the Public Safety Enhancement Team is working on, as well as this Brattleboro Collaborative, or whatever we're going to call it, this group of executive level service providers and the judges and the prosecutors and all of the players in town in this space. So those are some of the things that the administration is proposing that the board may want to tackle over the course of the next 6 months or so. This is a lot of work for us to pull this together, but we realize that it's a priority, and we think that working together and with the help of the community and all of the different organizations working in this area, that we can make some serious, strong strides in improving the situation. So.
Great, thank you, John. I just want to say, as one half of the agenda setting committee, I'm excited to make this our work for the rest of the year.
Absolutely.
We had a priority set in retreat the other day, and the highest priority was finding a path forward on community safety. This is an attempt at a path forward. And so I suggest that we really commit to it. If there are additions that people want to make here or little tweaks, that's fine, but I think it's our most important work right now.
Well, on the second half, and I would agree.
Yeah, thank you, Liz. Other board members with comments, suggestions? Affirmations?
I affirm what you just said.
Thank you so much. Richard, on board? Peter, does this look good to you? All right. Mr. DeGray, a comment real quick. It is 10:30.
I'm glad I heard you say that, because with EMS, it was every meeting for over 2 years. We have a huge safety crisis, and we talk about it once every 6 months. And so to hear you finally say that this is going to priority for the board, that there should be something on this at least once a month, if not every meeting. John just ripped off 20 items that would take us 6 months to go through all of them.
Yep.
And so the people behind me who have been coming here, and the people who are vested, and I believe that these people that come here to this meeting are vested in this community. And I think finally you saying that this is going to be a priority actually emboldens me to say, hey, and maybe it wouldn't take us 2.5 hours to have this conversation if it was on the agenda, all the time. Then it could be a half-hour discussion that people could talk about it, or an hour. But I do appreciate you finally saying this is going to be a top priority for the select board for the rest of the year.
Thank you. Bethany?
It's very quick.
That's okay. You can have your 30 seconds as well.
The teacher in me really needs to leave on like a not like
the
down
45-year-old
note.
in me needs to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, so that was actually my point, is that nobody sits through an over 4-hour meeting on topics like this unless they're dedicated and caring about the place in which they live. You're not getting paid according to how much you put into this, and I just want to recognize the effort and time that you all are putting in. I really want to recognize the two that are here from DBA, who I know put hours and hours into trying to get people into our community. I feel really honored to live in this space that I've lived in my entire life, and I just want to say that there's a lot of beautiful stuff that happens in Brattleboro too, and this is a hard conversation we just had, but I also think that it's important to sort of end on an idea of there's like really great stuff that keeps us all living here and that makes us all want to make this place better. So I just wanted to voice appreciation for the fact that you were willing to sit this long, and for everybody that's in here that's trying to make the place better, because it would be really easy to just give up, and I don't get the sense that any of us is willing to or wanting to do that. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I agree completely.
Thank you for that.
All right, so board, I think we covered that agenda item pretty well, and we're going to come back to it as we have talked about. So the next thing on our agenda is EMS billing and collections policy, H622 update. And all of a sudden, people seem to leave. Apparently, this was a big topic last year, but I guess it's not that big this year.
Sorry.
I hope that you guys don't get shocked with your ambulance bill. Okay, bye. See you later. See you soon. All right. Patrick, give us the shortest possible presentation on EMS billing and collections policy H622 update. Actually, you know what? Everyone just left, so I'm going to propose we take a 2-minute break, because if I don't go to the bathroom, you know, we got bodies here.
I could have been done in that time.
I know. All right, so we're back from our little break. Patrick, you're going to give us the speediest presentation on the EMS billing and collections policy as it pertains to H622.
I will do my very best. So, H622 was a bill in the legislature this last session, and one of the things that accomplished was to increase reimbursement rates for EMS providers. So it was some very important legislation that was passed, and specifically it affects people who are covered by Vermont Medicaid, and in particular, in instances where they are treated by EMS staff, but not transported to the hospital. And this actually happens quite regularly. If you look at the statistics from our EMS program, we typically respond to about 3,000 calls a year, of which 2,000 tend to be a transport, meaning 1/3 or 1,000 of these interactions with the public result in treating but no transport. So for those folks that are covered by Vermont Medicaid, there will now be reimbursement for all EMS providers in the state of $279.24 in this particular year. So before you is the policy that was passed by the board for billing and collections just this last February. And included in that is a set of billing rates, one of which is for treat no transport. It's currently set at $110. We would ask the board to raise that to $300 so that we could take full advantage of this new legislation and increase the revenue within the department. And if the board was also inclined, we would like to separate the rates from the policy and put together like a billing and rate sheet, much the same way that we did with the parking system just a couple hours ago, and have that on the website, have that on the wall at the 2 fire stations, etc. So we're asking that the board consider raising the rate to $300 for treat no transport.
Great, thank you, Patrick. Could I get a motion, please?
Yeah.
Liz?
Yes, somewhere.
Right.
Thank you. I move to adopt the changes to the EMS billing and collection policy as presented.
Wonderful, thank you. Any discussion on that motion?
Just a quick thing.
Yes,
I'm
discussion.
just worried if the Medicaid reimbursement is a little bit less than $300, we're going to waste our time billing people for $20-something that we're never going to get.
Okay. It really depends. If they're a Brattleboro resident, I mean, we're going to follow the policy, and the policy requires us to send out letters monthly for, I think it's 9 months. And then if it's a Brattleboro resident, we're gonna consider their taxes to have paid the difference, and we are going to write that off. If it's somebody outside of Brattleboro or doesn't own property in the town, we're going to send it to collections.
Thanks, Patrick. Okay, other discussion? Okay, I guess I want to point out when I saw this at first, I thought to myself that it didn't seem kind of fair, because really it only applies to Medicaid patients, which is not the totality of people receiving receiving ambulance services but no transport. And I was reminded of stuff we learned way back when, that you can't charge a billing rate for one kind of insurance and then a different billing rate for others. So if we say the treat no transport rate is $300, that applies whether you're uninsured, insured by this insurer, or this insurer. So I think it's fair. I think it's sensible, and it's about 1,000 calls a year. So that's a significant chunk of money that will help the Brattleboro taxpayers pay for this service. So I think we should do it.
Cool.
Other board members?
Agreed.
Okay. Peter? Oh, we haven't even voted yet.
No.
Any members of the public that wish to make a comment? No. Okay. Hearing none, seeing none on Zoom. Liz made a motion to adopt the changes to the EMS billing and collections policy as presented. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes 5-0. Next item, item D of new business, committee appointments. So we conducted interviews back in the dawn of time at 5:15. For the Citizens Police Communication Committee, we have 4 applicants. Mark Formel, why am I even saying this? We've got 4 applicants. We need to make 2 appointments. I'd be open to hearing nominations. Franz.
I'd like to nominate Judy Sopensky for the
Great. Franz is
CPCC.
nominated Judy Sopensky. Other nominations?
What are we voting?
CPCC. We're trying to appoint 2 people.
Okay.
And we got 4 to choose from. Well, potentially, depending on how many nominations.
Yeah. Well, Liz had her hand up.
Okay, Liz?
I'd like to, can I nominate 2 people?
Sure.
I nominate David
I guess.
Erickson and Jackie Reese.
Okay. Fine. Any other nominations? Peter.
So refresh. I was going to just say Judy and
Oh, no, you don't need to. They've been nominated.
Okay.
We'll vote on them in a second. Anyone else? Okay. Any further nominations? No. Okay. Seeing no further nominations, we'll close them. So we have, I didn't get it in the right order. I think we had Jackie Reese. No? Did you do Jackie or Judy?
No, I said Judy Sopensky.
Okay, so we have Judy Sopensky. So all those, and you can vote on each candidate if you want to. Okay, and if we have a tie, we'll break the tie. So all those in favor of appointing Judy Sopensky to the CPCC, please raise your hand and say aye, and keep it in the air.
Aye.
Aye, that's 4 for Judy. Okay. Next up, we heard from Liz, and you nominated.
Point of order, if you receive the right number of votes, you're not automatically a winner?
We want to figure out who the top 2 vote.
It could be ties.
Could maybe ties.
Yeah, there could be a tie.
Okay.
You nominated 2 people, I think.
Jackie and David.
Okay, so let's take them in that order. So, all those in favor of appointing Jackie Reese to the CPCC? Aye. That seems to be 5. Okay, and David Erickson. All those in favor of appointing David Erickson to the CPCC? That's 2. We worked with him on the Traffic Safety Committee. He's a good dude.
Yeah.
So we have appointed Jackie Reese and Judy Sopensky to the CPCC. Congratulations, Jackie and Judy. Next up, we've got the Tree Advisory Board. We have 2 candidates. I'm just going to nominate the slate. Michelle LaFontano and Judy Sopensky. All those in favor of appointing Michelle LaFontano to the Tree Advisory Board, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. That's 5. All those in favor of appointing Judy Sopensky to the Tree Advisory Board, please raise your hand and say aye. 0. Okay, so we have appointed Michelle LaFontano to the Tree Advisory Board. And then David Levenbach, for reasons only known to him, has put himself forward as the weigher of coal. It is uncontested, and so I'm going to consider that he has been appointed, unless there's any objection. Hearing none, he has been appointed as the weigher of coal. Okay. So that is committee appointments. I think that is the last thing we had to get to. Anyone want to make a final motion?
I will make that motion to adjourn.
Peter has made a motion to adjourn. It is non-debatable. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes 5-0. We are adjourned. Thank you, Town of Brattleboro, people of Brattleboro, Brattleboro Community Television.
All right,
and
one piece of
parents.
You know, for an 11 o'clock finish, this was a pretty good meeting.
This was all good now.
This is a classic.